Hi everyone, welcome back in another exciting video where we're going to be creating this awesome project. We're going to be creating this quiz, but it's not a normal quiz. We're going to be creating a full quiz with a quiz builder to be able to create our own quizzes, but also we're going to use MongoDB to be able to store our data. And also we're going to use the React and Tailwind CSS and Next.js to be able to create this project. So that's the main page. So it's very simple. And I'm seeing this in this message, learn 10x faster because quizzes it is the best way to learn much faster and in an entertaining way. So I'm going to click on the login over here. And as you can see, we're headed to this simple dashboard. And so we're having the name of the user, and also I'm using the experience level just to be able to create some kind of motivation for people to create more quizzes and use them over time. So, and if we're not having anything saved, so we're going to have this little placeholder saying to create my first quiz. So let's click on this, and as you can see, we're headed to this awesome page where we can be able to create our quiz, and everything over here works dynamically. So we're having this icon and the name, and also we're having the button save. We're having the quiz name first to be able to enter our quiz name, and over here if I click on here, we're having this component shows up to be able to choose our icon. So let's close this. And also we can be able to add our quizzes dynamically, sorry. We're having the question, the choices, and the correct answer. So so to show you how things are working, I'm going to start creating a quiz about React. So let's change the icon. And I already prepared some questions, and so I'm going to start adding them, but also I'm going to show you some of the features. Like for example, over here, if I want to add a new question and I didn't complete this question, we're gonna have this error message over here, and the same thing it's gonna happen for add a new choice. So let's add this choice. And for example, I want to add a new choice. I didn't fill out this choice, and I click on add a new choice. We're having this error message telling us that all previous choices um, are not filled out. So let's add this one. And as you can see, when I click on add new choice, it is added because we filled out the two last choices. So, and finally, I'm gonna add the last one. And over here, I need to select the correct answer. And when I click on add the new choice, so a new container is created for the second question, and then we can be able to add uh, the question, the next question. So now I completed all the questions for this quiz. So I added just 4 questions. So these are the questions that I added. So, so once you add them, we're gonna click save. And once we save, so the information are saved directly into our database. And let's go back to our dashboard. And right now, as you can see, we're having the our new quiz with this little container. So we're having the icon, we're having the title, how many questions, and the success rate and the play button. But also if we click over here, we can be able to modify or delete. So let's click on modify, and we're having back all the information that we added over here. And just to show you that you can be able to modify successfully or add quizzes. So I'm going to add just randomly something like this. And let's, for example, delete this one. And let's change the icon, for example. And once we did this and hit save, and we are going to go back to our little dashboard. And as you can see, we're having 5 questions and the icon changed. And if I go back to the modify to be able to modify, I'm gonna find the items that I added and I modified uh, still here. And also we can be able to delete we can be able to delete our quiz. So if we click on delete, we're going to have this little notification. So let's hit no. And right now I'm going to show you how this quiz is working. So let's hit play, and this is the quiz. So we're having the icon, the title, and the question, and also we're having a timer. And if we don't choose the answer and the timer hits 0, it's going to go directly or automatically to the second question. And also, if we choose the correct answer, we're going to have this awesome message over here, and we are um, and we go to the next question automatically. And let's say if we choose the correct or the incorrect answer, so we're having the incorrect answer message over here, and we're headed to the third question automatically, and the timer is reinitialized. And for this question, what are React components? So we're gonna use this one, which is the correct one, and I'm gonna choose this. And over here, that's the last question just for testing purposes, and it is shown over here. And finally, when we complete our quiz, we're having this little result page showing us the score, and if we want to try again, and how many correct answers and how many incorrect answers. And if we hit the select another quiz, so we're headed back to our dashboard, and as you can see, the success rate right now is 80%. And over here, the experience gone up by 4 because we selected 4 correct answers. And that's our project that we are going to create, and we're going to learn a lot of things from creating this project. So if you want to learn how to create this, stick with me till the end of this video. Welcome back. So here we are in our Visual Studio Code, and I already created a Next.js project. And all you have to do, go to their website and copy this and go back to your terminal over here and just paste it and just follow the steps. And make sure to choose Tailwind CSS for styling because we're going to use it to style our project. And basically, the first thing that I did to set things up, I'm gonna use the font, a custom font, which is Poppins. And you can be able to choose any font that you want. So the steps is going to be the same. So since I'm going to use the Poppins, so make sure to add it over here inside go to the layout.js first and make sure to add your font over here. And then we're going to create a variable and we're going to use this Poppins object over here. And we're going to set these properties and then we are going to assign it to this Poppins variable. And over here, first I made some changes. I'm going to explain this, but for the font part, make sure to add the fonts, the Poppins Touch variable inside in the class name of the body. and also to be able to use them as utility classes, make sure to add these lines over here to be able to add them inside our components. So basically in the layout, it's going to be different than yours because um, we want to make our HTML structure semantically correct. So that's why I did this. So for the title, so that's going to be the name of our quiz, and make sure to wrap it with the head tags. And inside the body, we're having the header, and inside of it, we're having the navbar since that we want to use the navbar in each page. So that's why we put it at the root layout. And also inside the main, this is where we are going to add and to use all the components that we are going to create in our project. So this structure is very useful, and that should be semantically correct as much as you can to make sure that everything works well. And when you are deploying your project, you're not going to have any troubles to be found uh, with the search engines. And basically, so this is what we're having as a result of this modification. And one thing that I didn't mention, make sure to add the navbar component over here. And this is the actually the current result. So we're gonna work on that, of course. And inside the components, we're gonna create all the components, and also we're gonna create other folders for the pages and other stuff when we are creating and building our project. And also for the components to be able to save up some time, we are going to use this website to be able to create our components very easily and in a rapid way. So this is how our navbar is looking. So we're having this little icon. So this is the text of our website, and finally the button. And for this icon, I used the Bing image creator that uses DALL-E 3 to be able to generate that, to be able to save some time rather than looking for an icon to use. And to be able to create, to avoid creating the component from scratch, as I said, I used this component over here from the Hyper UI, and then I made some modifications to fit the design of our website. So what I did first, I copied the whole code, just click on copy over here, and let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to open the navbar window, which is our component. So as you can see over here, the first thing that I did, I got rid from the header, and I used nav tags instead. And also over here, I use the image tag, and this is the source of the image, and make sure to put the image inside the public folder. So I'm using the PNG, and that's not recommended because it's not a optimized format and it takes a lot of space. So just for the sake of this project, I didn't change that. And this is our header, the quiz Spark title. And also, I just kept this button. I changed the name to login, and also to be able to change some padding, the padding or the top and bottom padding. So I changed this, and also I changed a little bit of padding on the left and on the right. So I did adjusted this, and also to make sure that those elements are at the next to each other. So I use the flex property and uh, some gap, a little bit of gap between two elements, and to be able to center them vertically. So I use the items center utility class. So that's going to be the final design of our website by creating these cards over here. and also by adding this title. So as you can see for the quiz card, it's pretty simple and clean. So what I did over here, I added this three dots icon because we are going to show and create first our contextual menu to be able to modify and delete our quiz, but also we're having this icon that refers to the type of the quiz that we're having. Also, we're having, of course, the title, how many questions, the success rate with this little icon, and we're having this play button to be able to click on to play the quiz that we want. So let's go back to our VS Code to show you how to be able to create all of that. So the first thing that I did, I created the quiz area component, and this is where we are going to put in all our quiz cards. So for the first div, so I'm just adding this Poppins font to be able to utilize our Poppin font that we created at the beginning or that we added at the beginning of this video, and I did some margins. And over here, that's the my quizzes title. So to make it bolder a bit, I used the font bold utility class. And this is where we are going to put all the quiz cards and the parent element of them, it's going to be flex, and the gap it's going to be 8 pixel, and make sure to add the flex wrap so that their position can change when I'm changing their window or the window like this. So let's go back to our VS Code and let's go to the quiz card. And the quiz card, it's a little bit lengthy, so that's the design of each quiz card. So I'm going to go over the most important elements over here, and that's why I added some comments to not be lost into the code. So for the image container, so that's going to be the image container. Um, so those are the utility classes. So I'm not going to go over them each by each one. And this it's going to be for the more options icon, this three dots over here. And for the quiz icon, um, we're having this quiz icon. We are going to work on that to be able to change it depending on which type of the quiz that you want or what's going to be the quiz. Like for example, because if it's JavaScript, to note that it's about a coding quiz, so that's why I added this. And we're going to add a lot more when we start creating our page to be able to create the quiz. And that's going to be for the title and for the question. And for inside the footer, we're having over here many elements. We're having this for the success area, and I'm using the image tag to be able to show this image over here or this icon. And by the way, I'm using this free website to be able to get this icon over here. And also you can be able to customize it to change the color. So I changed this color to be able to match the theme color of our website. And over here, finally, we're having the play icon. And first, I made sure to create this div, and inside of it, I created this font awesome icon div to be able to show this play icon over here. Then I created this placeholder screen when we're not having any quizzes created. So we're going to show that. And let's go back to our code to show you what I did. So I'm going to start with the placeholder functional component, and this is the body of it. And I'm going to go over this very rapidly. So to be able to stack all the elements at the top of each other, I'm using again the flex utility class or the flex position and flex colon, direction as colon, and a little bit of gap between the elements. And for this part, I'm using the image tag again because I'm using the PNG file for this icon because this is an image, and I found one inside or in this website is called SVG repo. I made some modifications here to be able to fit the theme our website, and I exported it as a PNG, and I placed it inside the public folder again to be able to use it like this. And this is going to be the width and height, and this is for the title, this is for the call to action, and this is for the button. And to be able to show that when we're not having any items, so let's go to our quizzes area because this is where we're placing all our quizzes, and we're gonna create an array, and that's gonna be just temporary just to show you that, and it's gonna be empty, and we're gonna use the tiny operator inside our JSX. So if it is empty, we're gonna use the length property here to know if the array is empty or not. So if it is true, we're gonna show, we're gonna call this placeholder component. Otherwise, we're gonna show the elements that we created at first hand in this project. And I'm not gonna do anything here. The only thing that I added, I created them inside this div to be able to show them. And let's say, for example, I add an element over here and I go back to the website and I reload the page. Now again, all the quizzes are going to be shown again. So it is reloading. So as you can see, we're showing all the quizzes over here because the area will have something in the area. So that's the final design of our quiz. So I try to make it simple as I can. And so we're going to start over here. This is the name of the quiz, how many questions, and the icon. And also I added this timer. And this timer, it's going to be for each question, not for overall quiz, to amp up difficulty a bit. And also we're having the number of the question itself, and the available answers that you can select from, and finally the submit button. And also notice over here, I got rid from the navbar because when I start creating the quiz, it didn't look so good. So that's why I got rid of it. And also notice here in our route, I created a new route over here, the quiz start, and we're gonna add the ID of each quiz over here to be able to select the quiz that we want to start in our browser. So let's go back to our code to show you all the things that I did to be able to create this little quiz. And we're going to start with the navbar, and I'm going to show you how I got rid of it from the page. The navbar was at the top or at the root layout of our project, so that's why the navbar was always showing up in each page. So the first thing that I did, make sure to get rid of it inside the root layout and just put it put the header and the navbar tags over here, and that's the home page. So only the navbar is going to be shown inside the home page. And that's the first thing that you need to do. So the second thing is to be able to use this route and this dynamic route because it's going to be changing depending on the ID of the actual quiz. Because we're using the Next.js, make sure to create a new folder. I called it quiz start, and you can call it whatever you want. And over here, we're having this ID between brackets. And because we're going to use a dynamic ID, that's why I did so. And over here, I added the page where we are going to create our structure of the quiz. And notice over here, we're having these components. So I left them here just to be able to show you and to explain to you the body of the quiz. But normally, um, when or after that, I'm going to put them inside the components folder just for readability and make sure that the code is organized. So let's start from the top, and I'm going to start from here, and We're gonna start by this header. And over here, as you noticed, we're having two functional components. We're having the quiz start header for this one, and the quiz start questions for this whole element over here. So, and as you can see, we're having them inside this parent div. And to have a little bit of space over here, I'm adding the margin top of 35 pixels, sorry. And also we're having these utility classes. And let's go to the actual functional component. And this is the structure of this whole element here. So we're having two elements. We're having this part and this part. And to be able to place them like this, we're using the flex as a display and the justify content as a space between. So this is for this whole element for the quiz name. And as you can see, those are the utility classes, and that's the structure of it. And that's for the timer. And also we're using the font awesome icon library to be able to add this little stopwatch icon over here. And next, I'm going to show you how I created this element over here. And we're gonna go at the top. So that's, I called it quiz start question. So that's the actual component. So, so this is the body. So I'm gonna get rid from this Explorer area to be able to show you the whole body of the actual um, element over here. And so so that's good. This part, it's gonna be for the question, and this part's gonna be for the whole answers. And as you can see over here, where we are hard coding them, but when we start working with the array, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna use the map function. And finally, we're having the submit button over here. So the next thing that we are going to create to be able to share the quizzes data across all the components of our app, we're going to create our context API. So let's go to the um, project, and inside the app folder, make sure to create this file, context API. That's what I called. That's what I called it. And this is the basic structure of the context API. So the first thing that we're doing, we are creating our context, and to be able to use the context. So this is the structure of the function. So I called it the context provider, and we are going to accept the children, meaning the child components, and we are going to put them inside the global context type provider, and to be able to share the variables that we are going to add uh, across all the components, make sure to add them over here. And also we are going to consume our context by using the use context provider, and make sure to put it inside the use global context provider to be able to use it in other components. So let's go to the layout.js. So this is the root layout of our app, and what I did, I added over here. I add the context provider tag over here that we exported, and that's the actual function of it that we exported. And make sure to import it over here to be able to use it. And one minor adjustment that I did over here, notice that we're not having the ID. Since we're going to use the context API, there is no need to do this. And also, it's not going to work out because we are using it inside yeah, as a client component. And to be able to access to the actual ID in the page, let's go to the page over here. I need to use the router, and it's element that is used inside the server component. So can't do this, and because we're using the context API, there's no need to do that. And to be able to just test that out, so what I'm doing, just consuming the all quizzes variable from the use global context provider. I'm just logging out the quizzes and just for to test that out, I'm just returning a simple element. I called it my quiz. So this is our array over here. So just this array, but we're going to work on that. We're going to create our data structure. So to see that everything is working well, and also make sure to to make to make this as an uppercase, otherwise it's not going to work. And that's for the context API. And now we are going to create our structure, and this is the actual structure of the quizzes that we are going to use across all the applications. So I'm going to go through it step by step. So of course the quiz or the quizzes are going to be stored in an array, and we're going to have first for each quiz it's going to be an object. So for just to make things a little bit simple, I didn't want to add more elements over here. Like for the first quiz, we're gonna have the ID, the icon, the quiz title. And for this quiz, we're gonna have inside the quiz questions property, it's gonna be an array. And this array, it's gonna be a series of questions. And for each question, it's gonna be an object. So like that's the first question, and that's the second question. And for each question, which is an object, it's going to have an ID as well. It's going to have the main question and the choices. It's going to be a type of array. Also, we're going to have the correct answer, the answered result, and we're going to have for each question its own statistics. And the same for the second question. So that's the overall structure that we are going to use for the quizzes. Now we're gonna use that temporarily, and also we're gonna do modifications later on when we start working with the database. But for now, that's the overall structure. And to be able to use it, the next thing that you should do, go to the context API and make sure to export this as well because we are going to use it inside the context API and make sure to import it over here. And here we're going to use the use effect to be able to update our all quizzes based on the information that we're having inside the quizzes data. So once that happens, and to be able to use that, the all quizzes, and we're going to go to the quizzes area, and inside here, make sure to add this line to be able to use the all quizzes. And over here, we are going to use the same variable state or the same name of this variable state since we didn't uh, change it. And over here, we're going to use the map function and we're going to map through each object inside the all quizzes. And we're going to use the quiz card custom functional component that we created. And also we are going to create this argument or this prop, which is the single quiz to be able to pass in each single quiz inside the quiz card. So let's go to the quiz card over here, and we're having a bunch of elements, um, and I'm going to explain this step by step. So make sure to add the single quiz as a prop, and we are going to destruct our single quiz to be able to extract these elements over here because we are going to use them and put them inside our body to be able to show them like this. And just to show you that it is working fine, like let's go to the quizzes data over here, and I'm going to add something in the quiz title, and let's reload the page. And what we're going to have over here, the number one was added inside the title of our quiz. So we are waiting to load this. And as you can see, we're having the number one added over here, meaning that the title was updated and our logic is working successfully. So for the quiz title, make sure to add it over here and the total questions. We're gonna extract this by using the length property of the quiz questions. Since the quiz questions is an area of objects, so we're gonna get the length of it, which is gonna be the total questions. And over here, we are calculating the success rate. And to be able to do that, I created a function to be able to calculate the success rate. And we're going to use the statistics over here to be able to calculate that. So we're going to pass in the single quiz, and first we're declaring these variables, and we're gonna use the for each loop to be able to loop through each object inside the quiz questions inside the single quiz, and we are going to add or to update these elements, and we are going to add them by using the plus sign for each variable over here. And once we got the total attempts and the correct questions, we're gonna calculate this by this function, and then we are going to return the success rate. And we're using the CL function to be able to round up the success rate to have just two numbers. And once we are returning it, we're gonna uh, store it inside the global success rate that we are going to use inside here. So now, as you can see, we're having all the information shown inside here successfully. And the next thing that I added, I want when I click on the one of these quizzes, I want to go to the quiz page and to select the quiz that I clicked on so I can be able to show it inside the quick or the quick start page. So I'm going to show you that like when I click over here. So as you can see, we're having this item that is login over here. And let's go back to the main page and I click on React Quiz. What we will see over here, this quiz or this object that we clicked on. So it was selected. And we are going to use this to be able to show it inside the quiz starts. But first I want to show you how to be able to create that before I can take all the information that we got from here to be able to show it over here. So also to be able to demonstrate that, I created another object, which is another quiz. And over here, I'm going to start in the context API because the idea that I used is I created another variable state where we're going to be storing the quiz that we clicked on. So make sure to create the variable state over here and also make sure to add it. So instead of adding them directly, I added them inside this object just because we're going to add other variable states and to make sure that this is readable. So once you did this, what we are going to do, we are going to go to the quiz card because this is where we are showing each card. And the first thing that you need to do, import the link because we're going to use it to be able to go to the other of the quiz start page. So this is what I did over here. So that's the part of the play icon. So we wrapped it with the link tag, and this is the actual route. And also over here, inside the parent div, I added the onClick event listener to be able to update the selected quiz to start. And to be able to use this from the context API that we just created, so make sure to add this line, and we are going to extract from the quiz to start object the set select quiz to start to be able to use it over here and to select the quiz that we clicked on. So once we've done this, we are going to go to the page functional component, and we are going to get the information or the quiz that we selected, and we're gonna get the quiz to start object from our context API through the use global context provider, and we are going to get the select quiz to start. And this is what I'm doing right now. I'm just logging the select quiz to start just to know that everything is working well. And then we are going to use this to be able to pass it down inside these components to be able to make them showed up inside this page. And also one thing that I added, like let's say for example, if I click on this, if I change the route and I go to the home page manually, what I need to do, I need to set the quiz to start variable state to null. And because we're going to use this, like let's say for example, if a user go manually to the route quiz to start and hit enter, we need to rely on this to know whether we are going to show something or not, because if this is still null, we are going to go back to the home page. And to be able to do this, once we go to the we load up the main page, we're going to use the use effect hook, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use the set select quiz to start and set it to null. So we can start all over again when we click on these quizzes and to avoid any issues later on, especially if the user type in the quiz start over here manually and go to this page manually. So I was able to fix this problem, so I'm going to show you. Like if I go to the quiz start directly without selecting the quiz that we want, so we're going to have this message, please select your first quiz, and we're going to be redirected to the home page, and this is what happened. And if I click on the quiz, notice that we're not having this message anymore, but if I go to the home page and I try again to do the same thing, we're going to have the same message again, and we are going to be redirected to the home page. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you what I did over here. So as we've seen, I'm relying on the selected quiz to start to be able to whether I'm going to show this message or I'm going to show the actual quiz. So over here we're using it as a ternary inside the or in a ternary operator, and if it is null, if it is true, we are going to show the message that I just showed you, and this is the actual body. Otherwise, we are going to show the quiz, and this is all the components. And also for the icon, I'm using again this website. So it's a good website, and it has a lot of icons to be able to use, and also they are uh, highly customable. So this is what I use. So I downloaded it and I put it inside the public folder. And this is the actual route of this image to be able to use it. So that's basically what is happening. And we're gonna use the use effect hook to be able to load the page to trigger this when the function is initially loaded up. And now when we click on the quiz and go to the quiz start page, as you can see, right now we can be able to visualize all the questions or the information of the actual quiz that we selected. And when we click on the submit, we can go to the next questions. To the next question, sorry. And since we're having two questions, when we click on submit, nothing happens. And if we go back to the home page and we click on the JavaScript quiz, and we're having the same thing over here. And when we click on the submit, we're going to the next question. And when you click again on the submit, nothing happens. So let's go back to our VS Code to show you how to be able to do that. And we're gonna go from the page functional component, and we're gonna start from the quiz start header. So that's the actual component, and we're gonna do the same thing since we're using the context API. We're gonna use the select quiz to start from this object, which is from the context API, and we are going to extract from it two elements, the quiz title and the quiz questions. So the quiz title, we're going to use it to be able to display it over here and make sure to add the curly braces inside uh, at the extreme of the variable to be able to use it inside the JSX. And over here, we're using the links property to show or to showcase how many questions that we're having over here. And the next thing that we are going to look at is the quiz start questions. And over here, we're going to do the same thing to be able to use the select quiz to start variable. We're going to do the same thing over here. And then we're going to extract only the quiz questions, which is this uh, which is this element over here, because it is a set of questions and it is an array. So let's go back to the component over here, and the logic to be able to go from one quiz, sorry for that, to be able to go from the one quiz to another quiz, what we're going to do, we are going to create this current question index, and we're going to use it since we're using the array. And to be able to change the index, we're going to use the set current question index to be able to change this. And we are going to pass this in inside this over here, and we're going to use it as a key to be able to go from one element to another element. So that's how the arrays, the basic function of or functionality of an array. And then to be able to get the main question, we're going to use the main question property, and that's the actual structure. So this is the array, and we're going to use the index 0 first, and this is the first index. And to be able to show this question, we're going to use the dot main question. So that's for the main question. And over here, it's going to be a little bit different. And if you remember, we were hard coding these divs. Now we're not going to do so because we're going to use the choices area over here, and we're going to use the map function to map through each element over here. And that's what we're doing. And we're going to use this div inside each choice to be able to render each element. And also, I added some utility classes over here, and to be able to have this hover effect, so I added the hover over here, and also I added the transition, and the selected the user select is not, so we cannot be able to select the text. And that's for the actual questions over here. And to be able to move on uh, to the next question, so we're gonna use this. As I explained, we're gonna use this. So the first thing that I did, I created a function that it's gonna be triggered when I click on the submit button. and this is our function. So we're gonna increment this and we're gonna move it by 1, and when this it's gonna be changing to 1, so we're gonna go to the next element and we are going to show it in our browser. And over here we're doing this check just to avoid getting out of bound or index bound. And we're using the length of the quiz question, which is an array, and we are matching it with the current question index. So if it is true, we're gonna mean that we get to the last index of our array, meaning that we need to get outside of the function and exit it to avoid having any problems. So this is the basic logic how to be able to run our quiz, and we're going to work on other stuff as we move on with our project. And the next thing that I worked on is to make our quiz functionable. So to demonstrate that for you, so I'm going to click on this quiz, and right now, like in this page, so if I select on submit, I didn't select any choice over here. So when I click on submit, so we're having incorrect answer. And let's say if I choose this answer and I click on submit, we're having the incorrect answer because the correct answer is to add interactivity to web pages. So when I click on it and I click on submit, then we can go to the next question. And the same will happen for the next question. So I'll click on submit. We're having this, please select an answer. So if we select in an incorrect answer, so we're gonna have incorrect answer. And if I select the correct answer, which is let, we're gonna have quiz has ended. And if we go back to our page, to our home page, and we select the same quiz, everything's gonna be initialized again. So when I click on submit, I didn't select any choice, so we're gonna have the please select an answer message again. So I'm gonna do the same thing, and we're having the quiz has ended again over here. So the first thing that I'm going to show you in how to be able to create it is the selection, how to be able to select the actual choice, and also how to be able to change the background to know that this answer was selected. So let's go back to our VS Code, and so again, inside the quiz start questions functional component. So the first thing that I did, I created the selected choice variable state and I set it to null. And next, we're going to go to this part. This is where we are rendering all our choices. And the first thing that I did, I created the onClick event listener, and we're creating this function, select choice function, and we're passing the index choice that we clicked on. So let's go to this function, and this is, and make sure to add the choice index clicked, and you can name it wherever you want. The idea is we need to update this select choice by the index choice that we clicked in from from here. So once that happens, we're going to use the turning operator. So if they are matched, we are going to, meaning that that's the answer we selected. We are going to change its background to note that this answer was selected. Otherwise, uh, nothing's going to happen in terms of styling for the other elements over here. And the next thing that I'm going to show you is how to be able to update our data, our quizzes data. Because over here, so when I click over here, so let's clear that up. So when I click over here, as you noticed, um, this variable or all the quizzes are logging out because I'm changing the information inside the quiz. So since we're at the first quiz, what's going to happen? So let's go again to the second, or yes, in the second question. And as you notice, the answered result is 2, meaning that that's the first, the zero index, the first index, and that's the second index. So I'm going to show you how to do this. So the first thing that you need to do, we need to use the all quizzes from the context API, because this is where we're having all our information, and make sure to add them over here, to add also the set all quizzes, because we are going to use it to update our all quizzes variable state. And over here, what we're doing inside the select choice function, we are making a deep copy of the area. And you know how React works. Because of immutability, to be able to change our state, we need to change the reference of the area. So that's why we are doing this. And notice that we're using the index of quiz selected and it's not here. So what I did, and because we're going to use the same index of quiz selected over here, and to avoid having duplicates, so what I did, I used sorry, that's the code to be able to find the index, and I used it inside the use effect. And also over here, I'm creating the index of quiz selected variable state, because to be able to use it in other functions if I want. So I'm doing this just once when the quiz start questions is load up initially. And as I said, to avoid duplicates, because I'm going to use it, as you noticed over here in this function. So this is the this line is going to change the answer result. And we're going to rely on the index quiz selected to be able to select this object. And then we are going to access to the quiz question, and we are going to use the current question index, uh, since we are in the first question. So this is what we are going to select, and we are going to update the answered result by adding it over here, and we are going to update it by the choice index that we clicked on. So we're using the same argument over here to be able to update the answered result. And again, we are going to update our all quizzes variable state, so we can have what we're having over here. And next, when we click on the incorrect answer, we're having the incorrect answer. So let's go back to our code to be able to show you this. And the first thing that also that I wanted to show you over here, because we're using the same logic for the if the user doesn't select the answer, so we're going to use the same idea over here, but the only difference, we're going to use the all quizzes array, and we're going to check if the answer result of the current question of the current quiz is -1, meaning that it wasn't clicked or nothing was clicked on. So we're gonna show this message, please select an answer. And the same thing that we're gonna do here to be able to know if the answer was incorrect. The only difference that we are gonna check it with the correct answer property over here. So if they are different, so let's go back to the quiz start questions functional component. So if they are different, we are gonna log out this incorrect answer, and then we're gonna exit the function. And also one thing that I forgot is to make sure to change the select choice variable state to null when we go to the next question, because we want when we go to the next question, we want to initialize the background also, but also we want to initialize the select choice uh, to avoid having any issues. And the final thing here, I'm going to show you how to show this quiz has ended message over here. So let's go back to our code. And the first thing that I did, I created the is quiz ended variable state and I set it to false. And to note that when we are going to set it to true, we are going to put it inside this if statement, and this is where we come to the end. And this is where we know that we came to the end of the index of the quiz questions variable state. And we're going to go to the use effect. So I'm just doing this just temporarily just to make sure that everything is going well. So I'm going to use the use effect and this quiz ended. It's going to be an array dependency. So when this changes, everything will be triggered over here. So if it is true, and what we're doing here, um, we are going to initialize all the answered results properties of the questions that we selected. So that's why we're doing this. And we are printing out the quiz has ended message over here. And the next thing that I added is to be able to update our statistics. So I'm going to start all over again, and I'm going to select this quiz, JavaScript quiz. So I'm going first to select the incorrect answer. So if I select when I click on submit and I go to that's the first quiz. So I'm gonna go to the first question and I'm going to go to the statistics, and over here into the statistics, as you can see, we're having the incorrect attempts 1 and the total attempts 1. So when I click on the second answer, which is the correct answer, and I click submit. So, and we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna go to the first question that we answered as correct, and we're gonna go to the statistics. And as you can see, right now we're having the correct attempts 1, incorrect attempts 1, so the total attempts is 2. And it's gonna happen. The same thing's gonna happen for the second question. So right now I didn't select anything, and in the second question we shouldn't have any attempt. So when I click on submit, again we're gonna have this message. So when I select the incorrect method or the incorrect choice, sorry, and I click on submit, and we go to the second question and let's check the statistics. Right now we're having just only one attempt, which is incorrect, and the total attempt is 1 as well, because first we didn't select any item when we clicked on submit. So when I click on the let uh, or the second choice, which is let, and I click on submit, so we're having the quiz has ended. So now we're going to go back to our Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to explain what I did and also to show you the lines that I added to be able to create that. So the only function that we are going to work on is the move to the next question, because this is the function that handling all the logic when we click on submit. So um, the first thing that we're going to do, so we are going to update the total attempts. So that's going to be at the top after we selected the answer. And over here, so this if statement only it's going to run if we select the incorrect answer. So we are going to add this, And we're going to do the same thing that we did to be able to update our all quizzes. So we're going to use the index of quiz selected, and we're going to access to the to be able to access to the current quiz. Then we are going to access in this quiz, we're going to access to the quiz questions, and we need to know which question that we are at. So we're going to use the current question index, and we're going to use access to the statistics property. And inside the statistics property, we are going to access to the incorrect attempts, and we are going to increment it by 1, and we are going to log out this message. And of course, we are going to return this, to use the return to be able to exit the function. And the same thing, okay, if we select the correct answer, we're going to do this over here right above this line, and we are going to log out this message. So that's basically how to be able to increment and update the statistics of the questions that we select. And the next thing that I worked on, which is the timer. So I'm going to show you. So when we click on the quiz, notice that right now we have a timer over here. So I just set it to 5 seconds just to know that everything is working great. So I'm going to go back to the Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to start by the quiz start questions. And the first thing that I did, I created this variable, of course, I just called it timer. And for timers, as you probably may know, we're going to use the set interval to be able to update our timer. So that's what we're doing. So we are creating our use effect first. So when this component is mounted, so we are going to run our timer, and this is what we're doing. So the set inside the set interval, we are updating our timer by using the set timer variable state, and eventually, so I'm gonna start from here. To be able to update the timer, we need to return the current time minus 1, and um, when we hit 0, we are going to clear our interval, and then we are going to return 0. And then when the component is unmounted, we are going to clear the interval as well to avoid having multiple timers running at the same time. And over here, with what we're doing, we are using the callback function method. So, and I hope that you are a little bit familiar with callback functions, because the problem that I found, the component over here is different than this component, and we need to find a way to pass the timer variable to this component, which is this quiz start header component. So that's why I used the callback function, and I called it on update timer. So whenever the current time is updated, we are going to use the callback function to be able to pass it up to the parent component, which is the page, which is this page functional component that holds both components, which are quiz start questions component and quiz start header components. And also make sure to add it over here so we can be able to use it here in this parent component. So this is what I did, and over here create a function with this name on update time. And since it is carrying an argument, we're going to use it to be able to update our parent timer. And the parent, since we're having the information, we're going to use the same parent timer and pass it down to the quiz start header. And this is what I'm doing over here. So I'm passing it as this prop. And we're going to go to the quiz start header over here and make sure to add the parent timer over here. and we're gonna use it over here to be able to show it at this position. So I hope that you understood. It might be a little bit complicated, especially for beginners, but that's something that you should be familiar with. You should be familiar with callback functions to be able to solve that kind of problems. And the next thing that I worked on is what I want is when the timer hits 0, I want to go to the next question automatically. So, so that's what I did. And I'm going to go to the next, or I'm going to go back to our Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to share with you what I did to be able to create that functionality. And the first thing that I did here, I took this code and I put it inside this function. And also I created another constant. I called it time, so I can be able to just change the time from here. And over here, what I did, I added this as an array dependency, meaning that we are going to start our timer all over again when the current question index changes, which is the index of the quiz questions array. And, uh, and this it's gonna handle the logic when the time hits 0. So if it is, so we're going to use the timer as an array dependency. So meaning that this it's going to be triggered every time that our time goes down by 0. So if it hits 0, we are going and we're going to check if we are not at the last index to avoid having an error. So if it is true, so we are going to go to the current or to the next question by using the set current question index. And we are using the set timeout here. And basically, this is how we can be able to create that. So the next thing that I need to add over here, so if the user doesn't click and go to the next question, we need to update the statistics. So that's what I'm going to work on. So now I fixed the issue, and when the user doesn't select the answer and the timer hits 0 and go to the next question, the statistics gets updated automatically into the incorrect attempts property. So I'm going to show you like right now I'm not going to do anything, and once the timer hits 0, it's going to go to the next question, as I showed you before. And so once the quiz ends, so I'm going to check that out into our array. So let's go to the first question and into the statistics over here. So we're having the incorrect attempts was incremented by 1, and if we go to the next question, so we're gonna find the same thing. And also one issue that I fixed is into the last question, when I select the incorrect answer, the quiz finishes, and they shouldn't because we're still having some time left. So, and I fixed that problem, and I'm going to show you that again. So let's go all over again, and I'm going to select this correct answer. And if I select the incorrect answer, we're still having the possibility to select the correct answer again. So the problem was fixed, and we're having the quiz system is working fine. The last thing that I need to work on, I need to show the results in another page once the quiz has ended. But let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you how I was able to fix that and to make this update. And we are going to start from this use effect. So once the timer hits 0, so this is how we are going to update our all quizzes. So that's something that you are familiar with. We are going to create a copy of the all quizzes, then we are going to make the changes into the current quiz, which is the copy of the all quizzes, and we are going to access to the statistics based on the index of quiz selected and the current question index. And we are going to increment the total attempts, of course, by one because those need to be incremented both. And also we are going to increment the incorrect attempts, and then we are going to update our all quizzes variable state. And over here, I added this part. So once we hit the last index of our questions, um, we need to set the is quiz and as true, and we are going to clear the interval, meaning that we are going to stop our timer. And also I made some modifications over here into this function. And to be able to fix that problem that I talked about for the last question when I select the correct or incorrect answer and finishes the quiz. So this is the modification that I did over here. So so if we get to the last index and when we select the answer, the correct answer, then we are going to set the timer by 0. We are going to stop our timer, and then we are going to set the quiz ended variable to true, and then we are going to exit our function and into the submit button to change its opacity. So this is what I did. So I disabled the button by using the turning operator based on is quiz ended. And to be able to change the opacity, I used the same turning operator over here. So now what I'm going to work on the page to be able to show the results once the quiz is ended. So that's the design of the result when we end the quiz. And so I made it as simple as I could. So we're having the emoji based on the score that you're having. And we're having the try again button if we want to try again the quiz and the correct and incorrect answers. And if we want to go back to the home page and select another quiz, we have the possibility by clicking on this button. So let's go back to our code and I'm going to show you what I did to be able to create that. So the first thing in our code, what I did, I created the score variable, of course with the set score to be able to update our score. And next we're going to go to the move to the next function and over here above this console log answer is correct. So we're gonna update our score over here and we're going to increment it by 1 before we can go to the next question. And this it's going to be executed only if the answer is correct. So if the answer is incorrect, this is not going to be incremented. I mean, the score is not going to be incremented by 1. And the next thing that I did, I created, of course, the component. So I called it the score component over here. And notice that we're having, and this is gonna be shown, it's gonna rely on the is quiz ended. So if it is true, we are gonna show this component. And notice here we're having uh, this quiz starts parent prop object, and we're passing all these variables over here like over here because we're having the possibility to try again. So when the user clicks on the try again button, we need to reset all of these values to avoid having problems. So that's what we did. So make sure to add this quiz start parent prop in this in here, and then we are going to extract all the element that we passed down from the parent component. So uh, over here, so this is the bottom, so I'm not gonna go into it. So that's something I assume that you are already familiar with, but I'm gonna point out the most important stuff, like the try again function. So this is what will happen when we click on the try again button. We're gonna set the is quiz ended as false, and over here, before we can use the set index of quiz selected, which is the index of the quiz inside the all quizzes area, we need to extract it from first, then we can be able to add it over here. Otherwise, we're going to have an undefined issue because this it's going to be null, and we're not going to have and this meaning that we can't access to the quiz. And over here, we're setting the remaining values to their initial values. And this is what's happening when we click on the try again button. And for this function is just a simple algorithm to be able to show this phase based on your score. So like over here, we're having a score of 5. So we're having a happy face, a very happy face, because it is above than 70%, 50%. So if it is the equal to 50%, meaning like for our case, if it is 2.5, uh, we are going to return the happy emoji. And otherwise, if it is below, meaning that we are going to return the confused emoji icon, and make sure to add this over here into the source property of the image tag delivered by the Next.js framework. So that's basically how we can be able to create that. It's very easy and straightforward. So the next thing that I need to work on, I need to show to the user uh, whether the answer is correct or incorrect inside the browser, and I'm going to use the React Hot Toast library to be able to create that. So now I added the messages when the user hits submit after selecting an answer. So I'm going to show you how it is working. So let's select this quiz, and let's say that the user doesn't select any answer and hit submit. So we're having please select answer. And notice that we're still in our page. But if I select the incorrect answer, we're having the incorrect answer message, and we automatically go to the next question. So we don't have the ability to try again. So that's gonna amp up a little bit the difficulty. So, and if we select the correct answer, we're having the awesome message. And let's select the correct answer again. And I'm going to select the wrong answer. And for this, we're going to choose both B and C and hit the submit button. And we are at this result component. So everything is working well. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you all the adjustments that I did to be able to add this little feature. And the first thing that I did, and as I said, we are going to use this library to be able to show the notifications when we hit the submit button. So go to the docs page and copy this and go back to your VS Code and install it over here. So I already did it. And once you install the package, so we need to import it first to be able to use it. So that's the line. And so let's close that up. And over here, like before, I had the logs over here, and what I did, I just changed them by the toast object dot error for the error, and for over here for the success, just add the success. And also to be able to use this, make sure, or to show the notification, make sure to add it over here at the top of this component. And also I added some properties over here. Those are built-in properties of the library. So I wanted just to increase the padding and the duration. Also, I changed the duration over here. So that's how we can be able to set up the Toast library. So let's go to the logic, how to be able to first to set the logic when we select the wrong answer. It's going to go to the next question because something that we didn't have. So over here, this is the logic when we select the wrong answer. And what I added over here, I added this line to be able to go to the next question. But there is a condition only if we are not at the end of the quiz. So that's because if we don't do that, we're going to go to the next index, and the next index for the it might not be inside the array, and we're going to have the undefined error. So that's why we use this statement to check if we're not at the end of the index of the quiz questions. So also I'm adding the set timeout here just to create this gap time before we can go to the next question. And over here, if we are at the last question, so we're going to execute this part, meaning that we are going to add our quiz, and the same thing that we did over here. And also, one thing that you must do over here, so because this is changing whenever the time goes down, and I found that every time at the end of the quiz, the incorrect attempt also always increases by one. And I found the problem over here because I had to use the is quiz ended. So only we are gonna run this when the timer is 0 and the is quiz ended is true, to not have this incremented, or to not have this run twice. And basically, this is the only adjustment that I did over here. So it starts getting a little bit complicated because there are a lot of things that we need to think of and to create. But right now, I think that our quiz is working fine, and I think we completed this part. And the next part that we're going to work on the creation of our quiz. But before we can go on building our quiz builder, so I worked on this, the login and the logout system. So for that, I'm not going to use MongoDB or NextAuth or anything like that. I'm going to just use the local storage to be able to persist the data. So right now, so I added this. So that's the name of the user. And also I added the experience, like to accumulate experiences when after playing quizzes, because that's gonna motivate the user to play more quizzes and to create ones. And if I click on the logout right now, because of the adjustments that I did, I need to create a call to action page, and that's something that it's going to get the attention of the user to be able to create or to use this service. So let's log in again. And right now we're having this because what I did just to test that, I made the quizzes data because this is where we're getting our data from. So I just commented it out just to make it empty. So let's get the information back and save. And let's go to the browser. And right now, after reloading, where all the quizzes will be back over here, and we're still logged in. So that's the thing that I created. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created the user and the set user variable states over here in the context API. And we are using a function inside the use state to be able to get the information from the local storage. So if it is true, we're gonna parse it before we can store it into the user. Otherwise, we're gonna take this default user by default. And also we're using the use effect hook just to be able, so whenever the user changes, we're gonna save that into our local storage, in the local storage of our browser. So that's the first step. And the second step, we're gonna go to the quizzes area over here and make sure to import this. And also we're gonna use one thing that I forgot, just to be able to use the user and the set user, make sure to add them over here, and I added them inside the user object. So over here, so let's go to the quizzes area component, and so just put this the user and the set user over here, and we're extracting it from the user object. And I made some changes over here. So only we are going to show this if the user is logged in. So when it is logged in and the all quizzes are empty, we're gonna show the placeholder. Otherwise, we're gonna show all the quizzes. And to be able to show the call to action for anybody that comes to the page, I need to add some divs over here, and I'm gonna work on that, of course. So that's basically how I created the login and the logout system by just using the local storage. So for the quiz builder page, we need something to be able to access to it. And the best place to be to access to it is in the this kind of a dashboard. So I created this little rectangle over here with this plus icon and simple text, add the new quiz. And when I click on it, we're headed to the page quiz build. So right now it's just returning this text just to know that everything is working fine. So let's go back to our code. It's very simple to set up. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this folder. So we can name it wherever you like. And inside of it, create the page.jsx. So right now, as you can see, we're just returning this text. And to be able to create this little rectangle over here, so let's go to the quiz area, and just at the bottom of the all quizzes.map, make sure to create a new div over here. So this div, it's going to be the rectangle that I just showed you. And as you can see, those are the utility classes just to be able to center the image and the actual text. And I made the opacity 0.4 just to make it look gray as it is right now. So it is very simple. And to be able to access to the page, we're going to use the the use router hook from this, and then we are going to access to the quiz build route by using the push method. So that's going to be the initial design of the quiz builder page. So it is very simple and clean. So again, we're having this navbar over here. So we're having this big icon and the quiz builder text. Again, I'm using this icon from this website. So this is the icon that I used, and I just changed the colors through this button. So this is where you can be able to change the color. So if you're interested to use that into as assets into your projects, you can use that, and they're having a lot of assets for free that you can use for your website. So over here, I added the save button over here because in this part we're gonna have the ability to add questions, and over here we're having the quiz name, so we can be able to enter our name or the name of the quiz, and over here we can be able to select the icon. So that's basically the initial design that I want to show you first before we start building the system to be able to add questions. So let's jump back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you how I did very quickly uh, because there isn't a lot of things to be able to create the logic. So I'm going to go into this quickly because it is related to the styling. So the first thing that I did, I created this quiz build page folder. So we're having these three components, and over here, what I did, I added them over here, all these components, and for the parent component, so to be able to have some margin at the left and the right, I'm using this utility class, and of course the font Poppins that we're using for this project, and make sure to import them over here to be able to use these components. So we're going to start with the navbar. So that's the actually the body of the navbar functional component. So over here we're using the image tag from Next.js to be able to show our image, and to be able to place this part at the extreme left and the button at the extreme right. So what I did, I created them. So I created the image and the title in this div and the button over here, and I'm using the justify. I'm using the sorry the space between of the justify content just to be able to place them like this. And let's go to the quiz build title. So that's the actual body of it. So again, we're using the font awesome icon library to be able to show this icon, and we're going to work on that. And the idea that I want to create when I click on this, we're going to have kind of a box to be able to choose the icon that we want, and we are going to rely on the font awesome icon library for that. And basically that's the actual part of the quiz build title functional component, so I'm not going to go deeply into it because it is, very easy. And the last thing is the quiz build questions. This is where we're gonna create our system, our logic to be able to add as we would like to the questions and the answers. And also we are going to handle uh, everything that is related to creating and handling edge cases. So that's basically how the design it's gonna be like for the quiz page builder. To show you how we are gonna create questions. So we're having this little box that I added. So for now, I'm just using the question, just to show you how we can be able to add questions. So when I click on add new question, so we're having it over here at the bottom, and notice that the number was incremented by 1, and I can do for for the questions that I want to add. And also we're going to use the same principle for the choices because we are going to add choices inside each box, and also we're going to have the ability to choose the answer. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to explain what I did just briefly. So I'm not gonna get into the styling again, just to show you the logic. So here I created the single functional component, single question functional component, which is this little box. And also we're using the text area over here just to be, if we're having a long question, we can have space and room to be able to add it with ease. And over here, what we're doing, we're going to use the single question functional component over here inside this div. And to be able to add dynamically the questions, we're going to use an array. I called it quiz questions. So that's going to be the first element over here. We're having the ID and the main question. And also we're going to add the other properties like the choices, the other properties that we're having over here, meaning the choices and the correct answer, the answer, the result, and the statistics later on. But for now, just to keep things simple, I want to just show you how we can, the principle, how we can be able to add stuff into our browser. So, of course, we're going to use the map function uh, into the quiz questions, and we're going to map through each element over here. And when we click on the add new question, what we're going to do, we're going to add a new object over here. Like the ID, I'm going to use a library to be able to generate randomly IDs to avoid having problems later on. So that's basically how we can be able to add question. And as I said, we're going to do the same principle to add choices over here in each box or each question. And the next feature that I added is to be able to delete the question. So I'm going to show you, like I'm going to add a bunch of questions over here, and notice that the delete button is only for the question 2 and the question 3. So it's not going to be for the first question. So when I delete this, as you can see, it is deleted successfully. And notice, like, for example, if I delete the question 2, normally that the number need to be updated automatically. So if I delete the question 2, notice that the numbers were updated automatically. So I'm going to delete all the questions over here. So I'm going to show you how to be able to create that. So the first thing that I did, of course, I need to create the icon. So I used the font awesome icon library to be able to add this X mark. And I made this absolute just to be able to have this freedom to add it over here, and make sure to add over here the relative position so that the icon doesn't go out of this this uh, this box. And to be able to delete the actual quiz that we just added, so we're going to use the filter function over here. So I'm going to explain each thing. So I'm, uh, we need to add the on-click event listener over here inside the font awesome icon tag, and we're going to add the single question object that we clicked on. And over here, what we're doing, we are copying the quiz questions array, and we are using the filter function to be able to filter the item that we want to delete, and then we are going to update our quiz questions so that everything can be updated and re-rendered in our browser. And also one element over here, um, we are passing the question index from this. We can be able to show these numbers over here. And so we're adding it as a prompt, and we are going to use it over here inside here, and we need to add a 1 because the index starts by 0. So that's why when we delete from the center over here, the number is updated automatically because we're using the question index over here. And also we're using this condition, so we're using the question index. So if it is different than 0, then we can be able to show this button, so we can be able to delete the actual question. So that's why in the first question we can't delete this question, but for the other ones we're having this button over here. Also, another feature that I added to enhance the user experience when we add the question, notice that right now it scrolls us down automatically after adding the question, something that we didn't have. So I'm going to show you how to be able to create that. It's very simple. And we're going to use the useRef hook. And the useRef will be at the last index or at the last question. And since the questions are dynamic, we need to use the end of list ref over here. It need to be at the last index, and to be able to to create that, what we're going to do, we're going to go to this div and we're going to use the ref property, of course. And in order to know the last index, what we are going to do, we are going to use this condition and we are going to rely on the length of the questions array. So we did -1 because the index starts by 0. Because firstly, when we upload or load our page, this will be equal to 0 because it's the first question. So when we add another question, this is going to be changed to the second question. So if it is true, we are going to set the end of list ref to the ref property. Otherwise, it's going to be null. And we're going to use along with that, we're going to use the use effect hook, and we're going to use the quiz questions array. We're going to use it inside the array dependency to be able, so whenever it changes, we're going to trigger that. And once we add another question, we're going to use the scroll into view to be able to scroll down automatically. And the scroll into view, it is attached to the to this to this ref which exists at the last index of the question. So the next thing that I added is when we type in our text area, uh, the actual quiz questions gets updated. So I'm going to show you, like as you notice, as I'm updating, as I'm typing in this input, we're having this in our log. So if we go to the first element over here and go to the main question, we're having the question 1. So when I add the second question, right now we're having 2 elements inside the array. So the second question is still empty. So let's type here question 2. And if we go here again, so we're having the question 2 inside the next element. And when I delete, so notice that right now we're having just one object, which is this question. So let's go back to our code And to be able to add that to create this, because we are using this single question outside the parent component, we're going to use the callback function uh, to be able to pass up and down the value that we are changing. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to add these two properties, the value and the onChange. So this is going to be the callback function. So the value, and make sure to add the value over here. So the value of the text here is going to be this value. And when we are changing, we are going to use the onChange callback function to pass up the information to the parent element. And inside the single question over here, so the value, we're going to add the value over here, the value property, which is this element, and we are going to link it to the single question dot main because we're using the map function over here. And so whenever we are triggering this, we are going to call this onChange callback function that will trigger this element over here. And this function that we created, so can be able to pass down the text that we typed in through the event object over here. So we're using the e.target.value to be able to extract the value that of the text that we typed. And over here, we are passing down also the question index from here because we want to know which index that we are going to change inside the quiz questions area. So that's what we are doing over here. We're using the map function. So, and also we are checking the index that we're having over here with the index inside the map. So if they are true, meaning that we are at the right spot, we are going to change the main property or the main question with the last or the updated text that we typed in our text area. So this is basically how to be able to update the inputs of all the questions that we're having over here. And the next thing that I added is the focus of the text area. So what I wanted is when I add the new question, I want the focus goes to the text area of the second question. And when I delete this question, it goes back to the first question. So let's head back to our Visual Studio Code and I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. And we all know that if we want to use the focus, we need to use the useRef hook. But the problem that we're having here, the text area is added dynamically. So the first thing that we are going to do over here, we are going to create an array inside the useRef by using this, by using the quiz question.map, and inside of it we are going to create, and we're going to use this just as a reference to be able to create the ref based on the elements that we're having on the quiz questions array. And we're going to store it into the text area refs. And the next thing that we're going to do, we need to pass down this thing inside the single question functional component. So we're going to add this ref property and we're going to use the question index just to be able to pass down the single use ref inside this functional component. And just to be able to demonstrate that to you and to know how the the this variable is looking, this variable is looking, this one. So let's add another question. And over here, so we're having an array inside this current property. And for this one, like this one is for this text array area, and this one is for this text area. So let's go back to our VS Code. So that's why we're using over here inside the single question functional component, we're using the question index just to be able to pass down the the element or the reference that is for the text area. So make sure to add that over here, and to be able to use the ref and to pass it down inside another child component, we need to use the forward ref like this. Otherwise, it's not going to work. It's going to stay null, and we're going to have errors when we run our application. And make sure to add this ref to be able to link it to the text area. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to use this effect hook to be able to set the focus. And the first thing that we need to get the last text area index. So we're getting it by this line, and we're gonna check if it is uh, upper than 0, then we are going to get our reference, and we're going to store it in this variable, and then we're going to use the focus method. And those are just elements. We're using them as array dependencies to trigger this whenever these changes. And one last thing that we need to do, since we are adding and deleting the function or the question, sorry, we need to update our text area refs. So we're gonna create a new reference by doing this. And over here, we're gonna do the same logic like we did over here, just to be able to filter the element that we want to delete, and we're gonna use the filter function over here. And we are updating our text area refs dot current. So that's basically how we can be able to create or add the focus for whenever we add a question. And also notice when we load uh, first, when we load the page, the focus it's going to go to the first question automatically because it's the last index that we're having right now. But when I add a new element over here, the focus is added in the next question. So the next thing that I added is the focus to this input, but also I added the variable state to be able to store all the elements that you are typing in this field. And I'm going to show you how to be able to do this quickly. So we're going to go to the quiz build title, which is the component for this element. And I'm going to create this variable state. And then let's go to the input tag and make sure to add the quiz title for the value property over here. And we're going to use the onChange event listener, and we're going to trigger this function whenever we type in. So we're going to pass down this function, this e.target.value, which is the words that which are the words that we are typing, and we are going to update our quiz title by using this text argument, which is this element over here. So it's pretty simple. And also to set the focus, what we're going to do, we need to use the useref hook, and we're going to store it in this variable, and this we're going to add it over here. And the use effect hook, we are going to add this line. And notice we're having the focus over here. So this is coming from this focus prompt. So I'm going to go to the parent component over here, and because the problem that I faced, and that's why I added this logic, is because when the page is loaded initially, the focus goes down immediately to this place, and I don't want that. I want to go to this input automatically. So that's why I came up with this solution. It's pretty simple logic. So the first thing that I did, I created this focus first variable state and I set it to true. And also we are preparing this prompt. And the reason why I added this because we need to add this inside over here, but the focus first need to be true and this need to be false, and we can't use the exclamation mark directly over here. So that's why I created this. So we're going to pass them over here in each component as a props, and we're going to go back to the quiz build title and make sure to add the focus prop over here, and we are extracting it like this and we're getting the focus, and that's why we're using this. So if the focus is true, then we are going to set the focus for this field, and that's what's happening first when we initially using this page. So that's why we're having this focus going automatically over here. And the reason why it doesn't go over here, because as we said, here the focus first is false, and we are passing it down inside this functional component as a false variable state. So we're going to do the same thing for this component. So we need to add the focus prop over here, and also we are going to extract it like this, and the focus it's going to be added over here. So it's false. So we're going to add this in this condition. So this is going to be true and this is going to be false. So we're not going to set the focus for the first input over here. But the time where we are going to set the focus is when we add the question, because we all know that it is set um, false over here. So to be able to fix this problem, so that's why I added this. Um, so that's why I added the set focus first over here to be able to change the state inside the parent component over here. So to be able to do this, I need to change this to false because it is true. And that's what we did. So we're going to change this inside the add new question function, and we're going to set it false so we can be able to free it from here and add it over here. And every time I add a new question, we're going to have the focus over here working greatly. And the next thing that we are going to work on is the choices. So this is actually the initial design of the choices. So we're having this text, and this is where we're going to put in all the choices. And just to make sure that, just to know uh, how they're looking in the browser, I'm just adding these borders temporarily. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you how I did. So I created another functional component over here. I called it choices, and this is the actual body of it. So we're having these two elements. So we're having the choice text, and this is where we're gonna be adding choices dynamically. And those are the utility classes. So we're gonna start with the parent component. So I'm using the flex, and I'm using the flex position, and also I'm using the item center align items property, just to make sure that when this list of choices or this place will when the height it's going to change, make sure that we're going to make sure that this will be centered horizontally according to the height of this element over here. So that's why I added this, and I added a little bit of margin at the top by adding this utility class, and make sure to add this choice functional component over here under the single question functional component. And inside the choices box, I added these inputs. So these are going to be choices, and those are going to be the default choices because we need at least two choices. That's why we set that up initially, and I added this button to be able to add a new choice as we did for the question. And when I add a new question over here, we're having them again over here, and it's gonna go all the way down to the questions that we're adding. So I'm gonna show you very quickly what I did to be able to create that. So inside, again, inside the choices functional component, so and inside this div, which is related to the choices. So I'm creating this new div, and inside of it, I'm creating this span and the input. And those are the utility classes that I used. And so just to know how they're looking into the DOM, so I duplicated it, but we're going to use the map function as we did for the single question functional component. And over here, I added this button, and this button I added inside this div just to be able to center it over here because initially it was positioned at this place. So that's the kind of a trick that I use to be able to center the button over here. So the next thing that I need to work on, I need to make these dynamic. When I click on the add new choice, it's going to be added, but also where it's going to be like when we add the third one, we're going to have C over here, and the placeholder will be add your third choice and so on. But this need to be dynamic. So now we can be able to add choices when we click on this button. So notice right now everything is dynamic. So for the third choice we're having C and we're having the third word indicating the position, and the same if we add the fourth choice. And I limited the number of choices to 4. And if I click on the new, um, if I create a new question, sorry, so the same, it's gonna be for the second question and so forth for the other questions. So the only thing that I need to add is the delete button for the newly created choices. So let's go back to our VS Code and I'm going to show you how to be able to create that. So we're going to start at the top, and the first thing that we need to do, we need to add this over here inside the quiz questions. And the second thing that we are going to do, so go over the choices functional component over here, and we're going to add all of these elements as props because we're going to use them to be able to create the new choice. So inside the choices, so I put the functional component over here at the top of the single question functional component just to for accessibility because I'm going to go back and forth between the parent component and this component just for ease of use. So over here, make sure to add all of these props over here, and I'm going to explain how to be able to use each one. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to extract the choices property from the single question because we're passing it down to the choices functional component. And so we're going to use this to be able to map through the elements that we're having. So right now we're having A and B. So we're going to use this. So those are the elements that we were hard coding them. So right now they are going to be dynamic. So we need to add them into the map function. And over here, we're adding the key based on the choice index. And to be able to add the alphabets dynamically, So what I did, I created an array. So that's the array of alphabets that we're having over here, and we're going to use the index, the choice index, to be able to show each word or each alphabet that we want. So because the choice index for the first choice is 0, we're going to use it as an index of this array. So it's going to show us the A and so forth. And the same I did for the position. So I created an array, and that's the positions array, and I'm relying on the choice index to show the corresponding position over here. So that's for how to be able to show the alphabets and the positions. And I'm going to go to the button over here to be able to add the new choice. So we're creating this function, and we're going to use the quiz questions. So that's why we pass it down over here, and we are going to create a copy of it. Then we are going to get the last choice position um, based on the question index that we pass it down uh, over here to be able to access to the specific question that we want to modify, and we're accessing to the choice to its own choice property and the length, and to be able to restrict our choices to less than 4, we're using this. And for the new choice, it's going to be C because we're having the E and the B, and to make it dynamic and not hard coding them. So I used this alphabet array again, and so that's why I got the last choice position. So we put it here to be able to get C for the third, and D for the fourth choice. And then we're going, since the choices is an array, we're going to use the push method to be able to add it into the array. Then we are going to update the quiz question by using the set quiz questions to be able to re-render this thing inside our browser and to be able to show the third choice. So the next thing that I added is the icon to be able to delete the choices, and this icon it's going to be only shown for the two last choices. So I'm going to show you briefly what I did to be able to do this. So the first thing that I did, let's go to this functional component, of course, and we're going to add this this icon by using the font awesome icon tag, and that's something that I copied it from here. And make sure also to add the relative position over here so that this icon stays within this border. And to be able to show this icon only for these two elements, we're going to use the choice index as a parameter, and only if it is equal to 2 and beyond, then we are going to show this. And also inside the input over here, make sure to add the padding at the right position. So for example, when typing over here, so we're not having the words under this icon. So that's why I added a little bit of padding at this right position. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to work on the delete function when I click on this icon. So now we can be able to delete the choice if we want to. So I'm going to show you for this, when I click on it, it is deleted, and the same for the the last choice. And notice like if I delete this one over here, so the position and the alphabet changes dynamically. And let's test that out for the other question. So I'm going to do the same thing over here. So everything is working fine. And to be able to do that, it's very simple. So we're gonna go to this part over here, and inside this icon that we're using by using the font awesome icon library, we're gonna add this function inside the onClick event listener, and also we're gonna add the choice index because because we need to know each index that we are using or that we want to delete. So we're gonna use this information, and inside this function we're gonna use this as a prop, and we're gonna create a copy of the quiz question, and we're gonna get access to the choices array by using the quiz question index that we're using from this prop over here, so we can be able to know each question that we're gonna select to be able to delete our choice, and then we're gonna access to the choices property, and we're gonna use the splice function to be able to delete the index from this array. Since the choices is an array, like working from this object over here. And finally, we're going to update and re-render our application by using the set quiz question. And that's basically how we can be able to delete the choice that we want, like as I showed you. Next, I added two things. So the first thing that I added is, let's say the user forgets to type the question and he hits this button, so we're gonna have this error message. And also for the same, it's going to happen if we do for the second question, and the same it's gonna happen for the third question, and so on. So let's delete this. And also, another thing that I added is to be able to update the state of these inputs, of the choices inputs. And to be able to show you that, so that's why we're having the A and the B over here because of that. So we're at the question number one. So I'm going to add choice A over here and choice P over here. So I'm going to add the Q1, and let's add another question, and I'm going to add choice E, A, Q2. Let's copy this, and I'm going to replace this by B. So let's add another one over here, choice C. And just to know that everything is working, um, I'm logging out the array. So the first question, so when we are going to check the choices, so they are updated successfully. And the same when we are going to check the choices of the second question, so everything is updated successfully. So let's go back to our VS Code, and but before, also I want to show you that I fixed the problem. Um, when I add another question, it goes down automatically because it did first, but I added some code and it stopped working. So I fixed that again. So that's also I'm going to show you how to fix this. So the first thing that we are going to start with is I'm going to show you how to be able to check if this is empty. So let's go back to our VS Code, and the button that we're clicking is it triggers this function. So this is where we're gonna add uh, our check. So first we're going to get the last index uh, of the question inside the array, and we're going to use the if statement, and to be able to access the main question where we are um, updating our question field. So we're going to use the last index question. So that's why we got it from here. And then we are going to access it via the main question property. And we're using the trim uh, just to not count the space as empty. Then we're going to use the length property. And if it is 0, we're going to show this message by using the toast library again to be to be able to have this notification at the top. And we're going to use the last index question to be able to show the number of the question, but since it starts with 0, we're going to add the 1, and that's the remaining elements of the error message. And over here, we're gonna get back the focus because when you click on this button, the focus is lost. And the only way, because that's something that we did uh, when we add the new question, we want the focus to go to the next field. So we're going to use the same thing that we created, which is this array, and we are going to use the focus, and also we're going to use this index quiz to be able to target the right reference. Um, and finally, we're using the focus method to be able to trigger the focus into the specific input. And of course, to be able to exit the function, we're going to use the return keyword over here. And the second thing that I'm going to show you just to be able to fix the problem when we click on the add new question and it goes down automatically because it stopped working for a while. Uh, we're going to go to this and we're going to use the use layout effect instead of the use effect because we all know that the synchronous nature of React, and when it comes to the update into the DOM, you might have a little bit of issues, so that's why we're using this. And also we're using the set timeout. Um, that's what really fixed the problem because, as I said, because of the synchronous nature, uh, we, we are going to create a delay of 100 millisecond to be able to update, to re-render the whole thing, and um, the scroll will work perfectly. So that's why we're using the set time. So that's a quick fix to be able to have to fix this problem for all. And the next thing that I'm going to show you how to be able to update the choice inputs. So first we're going to go at the bottom and we're going to go to the choices functional component over here. And the first step that we're going to do as we do as we all do inside the inputs to be able to change its state. So we're going to use the onChange event listener inside the input. So we're going to add it. And then we are going to add all of these elements inside the handle choice change input. Now, because we're going to use the callback function again to be able to pass up the information into the parent components, we're going to be able to change the quiz questions array. So once we've done this. Of course, we need to create this function. So we're going to use these arguments and we're going to pass them inside the onChange choice, which is a callback function that we are going to use as a callback function to be able to pass it up inside the parent component and make sure to add it over here inside the prop and to be able to get the information. So we're going to add it over here, and then we are going to, because we are carrying these elements over here, we are going to pass them to the update the choices array function. And so let's go to the function and we're going to use them. And to be able to use them, we need to add them over here. And those are just console logs to be able to note that all of these elements are correct before I can, craft this little algorithm to be able to update our state. And this is what we're going to do to be able to update the choices. So we already did this for the question, and we're going to do the same thing, but right now we're going to add another layer over here, which is the choices area. So we're going to start like this, as we did for the question, main question input. And if the question index is equal to index, to be able to update the specific index that we are in. And we are going to do the same thing for the choices because it is an area. So we're going to use the map function again. And we're going to do the same thing to be able to update the specific choice. We're going to check if the choice index that we're getting from here, if it is equal to G, then we are going to return the text, meaning that the text that we are updating or typing into the field. So otherwise, we're going to just return the choice like the other choices are going to remain unchanged. And then we are going to return the object that where we made the change of its choices. Otherwise, we're going to just return all the questions that didn't change at all, and to be able to update that into our DOM, of course, we're going to use the set quiz question. And also make sure to add over here inside the choices functional component, make sure to add the single choice, which is this choice inside the value, so we can uh, be able to um, show the elements that we're having inside the input. So one last thing that I need to work on is I need to find a way how to be able to hide these A and B, but they need to remain inside the array. So I'm gonna work on that, then I'm gonna come back to explain what I did. So I was able to when I'm adding the choice over here to be able to add the prefix at the beginning without showing it inside the input. So I'm going to show you how it is working. So let's type choice B, choice A, and choice B over here. And if we check out our area over here and check out the choices of this question, as you can see, we're having the A and the B, but they're not appearing over here. And this is what we want. And the same thing if we do for the C and the D. So let's check that again. We're going to open our index and go to the choices area. And as you can see, we're having the C and the D over here. So everything is working. So let's go back to our VS Code and I'm going to share with you the logic that I did to be able to create that. So the first thing that I did, I created the prefixes array over here. And inside the choices property, so it's just a way to be able to create an array, not directly using brackets. So we can also use map function to be able to create an array, the same thing that we did over here. So what we're going to do and what that means is inside the prefix array, we're going to take the first and the second index by using the slice method, and then we're going to map through this new array, and then for each prefix in each index, we're going to create that, and we are going to assign it to the choices property. And the same thing that we did over here, we're going to do it inside the add new question. So make sure to do the same thing over here for the new question object. And the second thing that we are going to do, we are going to use the prefixes array as well inside the choices property. So so before I show you um, what's going to happen when we are updating our text inside the input. But the third step is to take the prefixes inside the choices, and we're going to pass it down inside this functional component because we are going to use it. And I'm going to show you how. So inside the input tag, what we're doing, we're going to use the substring. And substring it's a function to be able to extract and or to eliminate some the characters that we want from string. So what we're doing over here, we are taking the first and the second character based on the length of the prefix. So I mean in A or B or C. So the length, of course, it's gonna be 0, and because we are adding the dot and the space, we need to add 2 to be able to eliminate the A and dot and the space, or B and dot and the space, and just leave the text inside the input. And over here inside this function, when we are updating our text input, make sure to add this. So we are returning the prefix .g, which is the choice, which is the index. And this we are going to use it to take the G index, so you can be able to know if A or B or C or D. And then we are going to add this dot and space, and then the text that we are typing inside the input. And there you have it. So right now it's working fine. So the next thing that I need to do, I need to make sure that when the user want to add a new choice like we did for the question, like if those first choices are empty, or any choice that we want to add is empty, we're gonna have this message at the bottom, at the top, this notification that will pop up, telling the user that they need to add something in the choice before they can add another one. So now when I want to add a new choice, and one of these inputs or all of them are still empty, I'm gonna get this error message. And if for example, if I add this like this, we're gonna be able to access to the C choice. And if I delete this and I click on add a new choice, so we're gonna have this message until I fill all these fields and I click on add a new choice, then we can be able to access to the choice, which is the last one. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you what I did. But first, the first thing that I did, because this functional component starts getting lengthy, so what I did, I moved the choices, the code of the choices functional component to its own file, and make sure to add these at the top, and also make sure to add the use client, since this functional component is a client component. And lastly, make sure to import it over here to be able to use it. So once you've done this, to be able to create this restriction, make we're going to go to the add new choice function, and we're going to use the for loop, and we're going to start from the top. And to be able to do that, we are going to decrement the I, not increment it. So we're going to start, like for the choice, for the first choices in B, we're going to start from the index 1, which is B, then the index uh, 0, which is A. And if we're having the C, we're going to start from C, A, and B. And we're going to check if the input is empty, and that's the line that we're going to use. So we're going to access to the choice via the key or the E variable, and then we're going to use the substring. And we're doing two because we want to get rid from the prefix and the dot. So that's why we're doing that. And we're going to use, of course, the length property, but before we're going to use this trim and space to get rid from the space and not count it as a character. And so once it is true, this condition, then we are going to return this error message, and we're using the return keyword to be able to exit the function once um, the first input is empty. So that's why we are using this broad message over here. And one last thing inside the new choice, and something that I was wrong about, but before I was correct about, is this. I said that we need to get rid from this, but I was wrong because initially when we are creating our choices over here, we're adding by default the prefixes NB. And it doesn't make any sense if we create the choice C and we're not having the C prefix over here or the D prefix over here. And to be able to do this, so we're going to use this over here by using the alphabets array, and we're going to use the last choice position as an index to access to C or D once we create a new choice. So right now, over here, the last thing that we need to add is the correct answer, and I think it's going to be a lot easier than creating the choices. But before we can go to creating the correct answer component, another edge case that I need to add, which is when I want to add a new question and the choices are still empty, and we need to fill them out before we can be able to access to the second question. So right now I filled the inputs of the question one, and I want to add a new question, but the choices are still empty. So when I click on this, we're gonna have the same error message. But when I add these choices and I want to add a new question, and after everything is filled out over here, then I can be able to access to the second question to add. And to be able to do this, we're going to do the same thing that as we did inside the choices over here. So inside this functional component, which is the parent component, and inside the add new question function, we're gonna add this. So we're gonna access to the each element inside the choices array by using the for loop. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use the substring to be able to get rid from the prefix and the dot. And then we are going to see if the length is 0 by doing this. And if it is if one of them has an empty length, then we are going to return this message. So that's basically how to handle this edge case. As you can see right now, we're having this correct answer component over here. And the idea that we're having just four choices. And I restricted the user to only choose these choices A, B, and C, and D, because those are the answers that we could have. And like, for example, if I want to type in another character, like S, for example, it didn't work. So if I do so for the A, it worked. And the same for B and C and D. And here we're just accepting one character. So, and also, if we want to add a new question, and this is still empty, we're having again this error message, please ensure to fill out the correct answer. And once I do so, and I click on add new question, now we can access to the second question to fill it. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you how I did it very quickly. And the first thing that we need to do over here, we need to add the correct answer property over here. And also in the function add new question, make sure to add it over here when we are creating a new question object. And the second thing, of course, what we are going to do, we are going to create our component. So here it is. So this is our component. I called it just correct answer. And that's the body of it with this function. So I'm not going to get into the styling properties. So I'm going to get into the logic. So of course we're having the input, and also to be able to just accept one character, make sure to add this property max length. And over here in the handle on change input, we are going to make the text uppercase, and that's the if statement. So only if we're having an empty character or we're having one of these, then we can be able to update the correct answer input. And to be able to pass up the information, the upper text to the print component, of course, we're going to use a callback function. And this is what we are doing. So I called it on change correct answer and make sure to add it into here. And over here, the correct answer, make sure to add it over here. And we are going to, because we are carrying inside the callback function, the text, we need to add it both sides over here. And to be able to access to the specific question that we are targeting, we're going to use the question index again from here. And we're going to go to this function to show you how to be able to update our question object. And it's very simple. We're creating a copy of the question array, and then we are updating it directly by using the question index and the property is correct answer, and we are assigning the text, and then we are updating the quiz question. So that's basically how we can do that. And of course, to be able to validate whether the answer is not empty, we're going to do the same thing that we did for the other inputs inside the add new question. So here is the code. It's very simple. We're going to use the links, and if it's 0, we are going to return this error. And also one last thing, because we're having some scroll bars over here, to be able to delete them, go to the print component. I was adding the overflow auto over here. So make sure to delete it to be able to delete the scroll bars that we're having uh, over here inside this box. So once we're having all this system is set up and everything is working correctly, so the next step that we need, so we're having the quiz questions array, uh, and we need to um, add it into the all quizzes. And to be able to do this, we need to assign it to the new quiz object and then use this new quiz object to add it in the all quizzes. But we need to do a couple of adjustments inside our project over here, and we need to use the quiz questions from the parent array or the parent component, sorry, of the quiz build questions. And the parent functional component is page. So what I did, I took the quiz questions array that was here and I place it over here to make it available to the child components over here. So once we've done this, and also to be able to use this for generating the ID, make sure to add this over here. And also make sure to add the prefixes array over here to be able to use it from the choices property. So once we're having where we did this, we need to use this inside the functional component, and we're going to use it um, by the props. So firstly, make sure to add these variable states inside the quiz questions props. Make sure to add them over here, and also we are going to add them over here so we can be able to consume them and not having any problems because they are used inside this component as we saw. So once we did this, what we are going to do, we are going to create a new quiz object over here, and this is the structure of it, and make sure to follow the same structure that we're using over here for each quiz. And what we're doing, we're just assigning the quiz questions property of this new quiz object to the quiz questions array that we just created. And to be able to reflect the changes into the quiz questions back in the new quiz object, we need to use this use effect. So every time we're changing the quiz question, we are going to change uh, accordingly the new quiz object to be reflected there. So once we're having this new quiz object, then we can use it inside the quiz build navbar where we're having the save button over here. So what I'm going to work on is when I click on the save, so that's why I put the all quizzes and the set all quizzes from the context API. So when I click on save, then I'm going to add the quiz uh, or the new quiz over here. So I need to add it first as a prop. So I need to add it as a prop so I can be able to access it from the quiz build navbar. And over here, make sure to add it to be able to access it from this functional component. And then we are going to add it by using the set all quizzes variable state. And now inside the quiz build nav, we have the new quiz object, so we're having everything to be able to add it inside the all quizzes. And this is what we are going to do over here. So just for testing purposes, the first thing that I did, I created add new quiz function inside the on-click event listener. And of course, we're gonna create our function over here, and we are checking that if the quiz title is the length of it, if it's 0, we're gonna return this error. Otherwise, we are going to add this new quiz inside the all quizzes. And then we're gonna use the use router from Next.js, next slash navigation to be able to go back to the home page without refreshing the home page because otherwise we're going to lose this and because it's not persistent in a database, that's why we are going to lose it, just to be able to show that this was added into our quiz. And to be able to demonstrate that for you, so I'm going to load up the page just to delete the previous array or quiz question that I added. And so we are waiting that the page will load up. So I'm going to add something over here, and I'm going to add question 1, choice A, choice B, and let's add the correct answer. So let's add another question. We're gonna fill in the inputs like this, just to know that everything is working. So we're gonna add another question. And let's hit save. And we're gonna go back to the home page and notice that our new quiz has been created successfully over here. And if we click on play, so we're gonna have the quiz starting, and as you can see, everything is working. So one problem that I found and that I fixed is the correct answer. So for the correct answer, what we're using the index. We're not using the prefix like for this quiz that we already created. So if we check, the correct answer is 1, which is the index. And what I did, I added the letter, and that's something that I fixed. So we're gonna go back to the quiz build question, and we're gonna go to the correct answer functional component, and inside over here, so we're not gonna use an array of prefixes. What we're gonna do, we're gonna use the single question, and to be able to consume the single question inside the correct answer, we need to pass it down in it, and we need to create a new prop. I call it single question, which is the single question from this map function. So once we're having our quiz single question array, what we're going to do, we're going to create a for loop, and since the choices is an array, we are going to get each choice and we are going to extract the prefix, and that's why we are using the substring. And the if statement, only we are going to update the correct answer if the upper text is equal to the prefix that we found inside the single question choices, and of course if it is empty. So that's why right now that's the only thing that I need. That's the only thing that I need to change. I need to update that inside the. Sorry, I'm looking for the function to be able to update the choice, the correct answer. So over here, the only thing that I need to do over here, so I already logging out the index. So based on the character that prefix that we choose, so if we typed A, we're gonna get the index from this, and then we are going to take this as an index, and instead of adding the text inside the correct answer, we are going to add the index over here. So we're going to save our file. I reloaded the whole application, so I'm going to go to the quiz build to be able to create the new quiz. And we're going to do the same thing. So I'm going to just create 2 questions. So we are waiting that the actual page loads up. So I'm going to add something over here. So I'm going to add the choices. I'm going to add the correct answer. Then I'm going to add another question. Let's call it Q2, A and B, and let's add C. And right now, if I want to add D, I can't. The only thing that I can add A and B and C. So everything is working greatly. And I'm going to hit save. Then we are gonna go back to our main page and we're going to access to this quiz, and we choose this as the correct answer. We hit submit and we're having awesome. And for the question 2, the correct answer was C, I think. So if I hit B, we're gonna have incorrect answer. So as you notice that everything is working fine. So now into the quiz builder page. So I set up the validation for all the questions when we hit save. So let's type in something over here and I'm going to add something over here, the same for the choices. And let's say I forgot to add the correct answer and I hit save. So we're gonna have please specify the correct answer. So after doing something, add in the A, which is this answer, this choice. So we're not gonna have the error message. And let's say I added another question and now I want to save we're gonna have the error message. And let's add stuff over here. So I'm gonna leave this empty and I'm going to add the correct answer just to test that out. And I hit save. We're gonna have please fill in all choices. So after adding that, we're not gonna have the error again. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you how to be able to create this system, this validation system. And inside the quiz build nav functional component, what we are going to do, we are going to create this function just to make things readable. And we are going to accept the quiz question as a parameter, which is the object where we're going to be verifying the properties. And since we're having properties inside of it, we're going to use the for loop. And actually, we're going to start by the main question. So by using the exclamation mark, mean that if it's empty, we're going to return this object. And for the choices, because it is an array, we're going to use the sum function. And also over here, we are using the substring because we need to get rid from the prefixes and then checking if it is empty or not. So if it is empty, it's going to return this object. And for the correct answer, since since it accepts one character, we're going to just use the linked property and we are going to verify if it is zero. If it is, meaning that it is still empty, and we're going to return this object. Otherwise, we're going to return valid. And over here, inside the add new quiz, what we're doing, so that's something that we already created. We're checking just the quiz title is not empty. And also over here, we are going to use this function that we just created because it is returning something. So we are going to store it on in is valid a variable, and we're going to use the valid property. So if it is false, we're gonna show the message, and we're gonna use the return keyword to be able to exit the function. And then this it's gonna be executed by I commented it. I commented them out just to make sure that uh, the, uh, the 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 questions are not or the quiz is not created, and just to make sure that everything is working okay. And right now it does. So the next thing that I want to show you how to be able to update this input over here, because we didn't before. So uh, first we are going to go to this page because this is where we are putting our objects over here. And sorry, we're gonna go to this component, which is the quiz build title. And over here, since the new quiz object is inside uh, the parent component, which is the upper component of this one, so we need to pass up the text that we are typing over here. So we're going to use again the callback function. So I just called it on change quiz title. So make sure to copy this and add it over here inside the prop and go back to the page. And we need to add the this that we just copied. We need to add it inside here, and this onChange quiz title, which is a function, we're going to use it over here, and we are going to pass this text inside the new quiz uh, by updating its state by using the set new quiz like this. And so once we're having this, so then we can be able to use it over here because we are already accessing to the new quiz. So this is where we're verifying that the title of the quiz is empty or not. So if it is empty, we're going to return, as we did for the validation system, we're going to return the error message. Probably one last thing that I need to create over here, and I think that everything seems working, is when I click on this, we need to have kind of a box to be able to choose the icon, and this will change, and we are going to update the icon that we clicked on inside this property. So I'm going to work on that, then I'll get back to explain what I did. And the next thing that I created is the icon component. So I'm going to show you when I click on this button. So right now we're having this little window to choose the icon that we want for the quiz. So right now it's not working. I want to just show you how to be able to create this. The only thing that I added is to be able to close and open the window. So when I click on the close icon, it closes. So let's go back to our VS Code, and to be able to create that, we need to create another functional component inside. I added it inside the quiz build page because it is related to this page inside the components folder. So that's the name. You can choose wherever you want. And that's the actual functional component. So I'm going to go over it very quickly because to be honest with you, this project took me a lot longer than I expected, but I learned so many things, and I hope that you did. So let's start with the structure. So over here, so that's the parent div over here, and as you can see, I'm using the absolute position because as you noticed over here, uh, we want to have the freedom to position the window. And to be able to do that, we're going to use the absolute position, but make sure to make it work, go to the parent component, which is this, and make sure to add the relative position. So let's go back to our functional component, and I'm using this. So I'm going to explain that a little bit later, but let's stick with the body of it, of this component. And over here, so that's the border. So we're having the green border, and or that's the outer border. Um, we're having the icon over here, so that's the close icon to be able to close the icon, and the choose your icon label, so that's its div. I'm using the span tag, and over here it's the actual container that contains all the icons over here, and of course we're using the map function of the all icons array that we're using. to be able to show all the icons in our component over here. And as you can see, we're adding this hover to give a good looking, um, to give it a good look, sorry. And also we can be able to select the icons. I'm going to explain that a little bit later, how I did this or the logic behind it. And finally, that's the button. And notice that the button is inside this div just to be able to center this, just to be able to position this button over here. And one thing that I one thing that I didn't mention probably, the reason why I'm using this, the reason why I'm doing this, because that's we can see this div, so we're using it just to be able to center this. So sorry for that, just to be able to center this container, because this div we can't see it, it is hidden. And that's for the body of our functional component. So I'm going to start talking about the logic that I use to be able to close um, and open the actual component. Let's open it up again. And also I'm going to talk first about the icons, and probably you may notice that or you may ask, where are those icons, sorry. So what I did, because we're having a lot of icons, I created them inside another file and I exported them. So that's the file where we're using the icons. So that's the icons data array, and we're using this structure. So for each icon, so we're having the icon itself, the object inside the if a icon property, and the is selected because we're going to use to be able to select the icon when we click. So we're going to have just one selection. And we're using all of these icons from the Font Awesome icon library, and we are exporting it to make sure to use it inside this functional component. So this is where we are importing the icons data, and we're adding it into the all icons, and this is how we can be able to use it. And eventually, um, this function handles the selection. So it's very straightforward. So what we're doing over here, um, we're creating this on-click event listener. So sorry, inside the map function, we're creating this on-click event listener, and that's the function that we're gonna handle that we're gonna use to handle the selection, and make sure to add the icon index because we're gonna use it to be able to target the icon object that we want to select. And this is what we're doing. So we are getting it from here, and we're going to use the map function to map through all these icons over here and to be able to select the icon that we clicked on. So we're going to use, as I said, the icon index, and if it is equal to the index inside the all icons, we are going to set the isSelect for this object as true, and we're using the spread operator for the icon object to not lose the other properties. So if it is not, so meaning that all the other uh, icon elements, there's a selected property will be false. So that's how we can be able to create this selection. Of course, we are going to be able to update um, our UI, we are going to use the set all icons over here. So that's basically how we can be able to create this functional component. So when it comes to handling the opening and the closing of the actual functional component, in this context, we're going to use the context API to be able to do this. So go to the context API, and over here, we are going to create this. So you are free to call it wherever you want. and I'm adding it inside an object over here inside the values. You can be able to consume it in other child components. So once you've added it over here, we are going to go to the quiz build title, which is this quiz name component where we click on this button. So where first we're gonna add the open box toggle from the context API by using this custom hook. And because inside of it we're having the open icon box and the set open icon box. We're going to use just this one to be able to change the value from true from false to true to be able to open the actual um, box. And that's what we're doing over here. So inside the font awesome icon library or a tag, which is this one. So we're adding the set open icon box as true inside its on-click event listener. And the same we're going to do for closing the button. So as you can see, we're doing the same thing over here. We need to add those to be able to access to the open icon box and the set open icon box. And inside the close inside the font awesome icon tag that has the closed in button, we're going to use the on-click event listener and we're going to change the value to false over here. And that's how we can be able to open and close the box over here. Now I made the selection of the icon functionable, so I'm going to show you. So when I click on this button and let's select this icon and hit save, and as you can see, the icon changes inside this box, and the same it is changing inside the new quiz object. So let's go back to our VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to start with, we need to create our variable. And we're going to create it inside the context API. Since this, it's going to be used by many child components. And so this is what I did over here. So I created the selected icon. And also this is the initial. So that's why we saw first when we loaded the page, we saw the question icon because of this. So make sure to add this initially and to be able to consume this across child components, we need to add this over here. And the next thing that you are going to go to is the icon components, functional component. Uh, so to be able to use the selected icon that we created. So first add the selected icon object, which carries the set selected icon. So we're going to extract it from it. And because we're going to use this to be able to update the selected icon variable state. So over here, this is how we can be able to update to ensure immutability. So we're going to do this. And so once we've done this, we want, when we click on the save button, to close um, the box. So make sure to add the set open icon box to be able to set it as false so that the box closes. So once we've done this, um, we need to update this icon over here. And the component that is responsible for this is the quiz build title. So again, the first thing that we need to do, we need to access to the set open icon or selected icon. So the first thing that we need to add this, and then we're going to extract it to extract the selected icon from this object, and we're going to use this because it carries the icon. We're going to use this and put it inside here directly. And the last thing that we are going to do, we need to go to the parent component, which is the page component over here, and we need to update the new quiz objects. We need to update this. So the first thing that we are going to do over here, we are going to add this icon over here. And maybe I need to add this over here. That's something that I forgot to set because I want to make sure that the the new quiz object has the icon that we set into the context API. So inside the use effect hook, to be able to change the icon, and we need to add this over here, and also make sure to add this as a area dependency. So once this changes, it's gonna rerun this and to make sure that we're having the most updated icon inside the new quiz objects. And I'm going to show you just an example to show you that everything is working fine. So I'm going to fill up all the inputs to not have any problems. And let's change the icon and hit save. And I'm going to save the quiz. So we're going to go back to the main page. And as you can see, we're having the new icon over here. So it shows that everything is working fine. Next, I created this drop down over here to be able to delete or modify the quiz when we are going to click on this. So let's go back to our VS Code and I'm going to explain how to be able to create that very quickly. So I created the drop down file over here, and that's the actual code for the component. So eventually I'm creating the menu items array with the name and the icon property, and in it we're having the icon objects from the Phantasm icon library. And here in the GSX, so that's going to be the parent div, and make sure to add it as a fixed position, and also make sure to add the z index so you can choose whatever number you want just to make sure, because that's gonna fix the issue to make the drop down at the top of these elements, because it initially it wasn't until I added the z index over here. And eventually we're gonna use the menu items area that we creating, and we're gonna map through each element by using the map function to be able to show each element. And that's the div for each element over here. So also we're adding the hover. So when we hover, two things that are going to change: the text, it's going to be set to white, and the background is going to be set to green. So that's what we're doing over here. And of course, to be able to show the icon, we're using the Phantasm icon tag. And here we are just showing the the text by using the name property of this array. And that's basically how we can create this very simple drop down over here. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to make it functionable. And the next feature that I'm going to add is I want, when I click on this, it's outside of it, it's gonna close. And when I click over here, it's gonna open up. So now we can be able to open and close the drop down. So when I click over here, so as you can see, it opens up. And if I click outside of the menu, it closes down. And the same thing if I do for the other dots. So, but before we can work on the position, I want to show you how to be able to create that kind of functionality. So we're gonna start by creating the use effect with this drop-down toggle array dependency, and this is where we are going to handle the outside click. But first, we need to create the click event listener to the whole document so we can be able um, to listen to the click outside of the drop-down menu. And make sure to add this to be able to, when the components and mounts, we are going to remove this click event listener. And basically, so to be able to close the drop-down menu, this is what we are doing with this if statement. So if it is this, if it's true, we are going to set the drop-down as false so we can be able to hide the drop-down. And in the quiz card over here, so what we're going to do, we are going to add the drop-down toggle object over here, and we're going to add only the set drop-down toggle to be able to change the state of the drop-down toggle. And we're going to create this on-click event listener. That's the three dots. And over here inside the function, we need to add this because, as I said, we're adding the click event listener to the whole document. And to avoid overriding the click event listener of this three dots, we need to add the stop propagation. Otherwise, we can't be able to open and close, or it's not nothing's going to happen when we click on the three dots. So this is very important to make that work. And then we are going to change the value of the drop-down toggle so that drop-down can be shown. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is to be able to position the drop-down on the position of the click. So when I click over here, it needs to be opened up over here, and the same if I do for the three remaining dots of the quiz cards. And also one thing that I didn't mention, which is crucial to be able to use the component, and I had to point that out when I start talking about the dropdown. So we're gonna go to the quizzes area, and over here make sure to add the drop down. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to see it. So make sure to add it over here in this part or in this logic. So now when I click over here, as you can see, we can be able to show the drop down when or where we clicked, and the same for the other placements of the three dots. So let's go back to our Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to show you the idea that I used to be able to create that. So in the context API, what I did, I created a new variable state, and I called it three dots positions. And so this is the object that we're using. So we're going to use just the X and the Y. So they're set by default, 0 by default. So once we did this, make sure to add them over here to be able to use them in the child components. And we're going to go to the quiz card because we need to get first the positions, the X and Y positions of the three dots. So the first thing that you must do over here, make sure to add the three dots positions object, and we're going to extract from it the set drop down toggle to change the variable state, which is drop down toggle. And over here, we're going to get the X and the Y position by using the event object. So, and we're using the client X and client Y properties, and then we are um, assigning them into these variables, and we are updating the three dots positions this way. So after we got the information, so we're going to go to the drop-down menu and we're going to do the same thing at the top of the function. Make sure to add this over here. And since we're going to just use the three dots position, we're going to just extract it from this three dots positions object. And because that's what carries the information, the new information. And over here, uh, inside this div, we're gonna use the style properties, and we're gonna do it all the way because it didn't work in the Tailwind CSS. And we are going to set for the left property the x, and the top the y. And of course, we are going to use the three dots positions variable state. And that's basically how we can be able to open the drop down where we clicked. So the next thing that I'm going to work on, I'm going to work on the selection. So when I click over here, I need this quiz to be selected. And the same if I do for this quiz or the other quizzes. So now when we click over here, we can effectively select the quiz, and just to make sure that everything's working fine. So I'm logging out the variable that I'm using to store the object or the quiz object um, that I'm using for selection. So when I click outside of the drop down to close it, as you can see, it is set back to null because initially it is set to null. And if I click on the delete, so we're selecting the actual element quiz object, and notice that even if I click over here, nothing happens. But when I click in on no, as you can see, the variable that we're using to store the quiz object is set back to null. And I'm going to show you what's going to happen into the modify button. So when I click on modify, I'm going to go to the page quiz build because we're going to use the same page to be able to modify the quiz if we want to. And as you can see, I'm logging out the selected quiz. That's the name that I gave it for the variable. And as you can see, the actual quiz that we selected is still appearing into the page of this quiz build. So it means that everything is working well as I expected. And if I go back to the main page, as you can see, it is set back to null, just to make sure that we're not going to have any issues later on. So let's go back to our VS Code that I'm going to start explaining what I did to be able to create this logic. And the first thing that we are going to start with is the context API. So I created a new variable state. I called it selected quiz. So as I said, it is set to null by default, and I added it like this inside the value to be able to use it inside the other child components. So we are going to start with the drop-down menu, and we need to use these newly created variables, the selected quiz, and make sure to add the selected quiz object. And we're going to extract these variables from this object over here. And what we are going to do, we are going to create this function over here inside the onClick event listener to be able to trigger the element that we clicked on. So, we're passing the menu item just to know which item was clicked on. So that's the actual function that we are using. So if it is modify, we are going to go to the quiz build page, and we are using the use router hook from the next/navigation to be able to do this. And if it is delete, we are going to use this toast library. And the benefit of this library you can be able to create your own components in it. So that's the simple component that we're using to be able to show this message over here. So I'm not going to go into this in details, and I'm going to just talk about the logic that I used to be able to do this. And actually, when we click on the delete, we need to set the selected quiz to null. Um, and also over here, as you can see, I'm adding this variable is dialog opened, because the problem that I faced is when this opened and I click over here, it is set back to null. The selected quiz variable is set back to null, and this is what I don't want. So it's kind of a flag that I'm going to use to know whether the dialog is still opened or not. So that's what I'm doing over here. So because this is going to be triggered whenever I click everywhere over here, I'm going to use this condition to make sure that the dialog is opened. So if it is not opened, then I'm going to select the selected quiz to null. If it is not, it's not going to be null, and we can still having our quiz selected. And over here inside the no button, then we can be able to set the selected quiz as null. And just to be able to um, so when I click on the delete button, I'm going to set the dialog opened as true, and when I click on no, it's going to be false, just to make sure that the logic of this flag is working fine. So that's basically what I did to be able to create and to select the quiz after clicking on these dots. And also one thing that I didn't mention, go to the QuizCard functional component, and we're going to do the same to be able to use the selected quiz, because this is where things going to happen. Only when the quiz card is open, then we are going to select our quiz. So we're going to use the selected quiz object over here, and then we are going to use these items inside the selected quiz object. And when the drop down opens, then we are going to select the quiz and make sure to add the set selected quiz over here inside this function to make this whole logic work. So now we can be able to delete definitively the quiz. So let's click on delete, let's click on yes, and as you can see, the quiz has been deleted successfully. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you how to do this. It's very simple. So I created the new function, I called it delete the quiz, and make sure to add this inside here, where like in the yes button. So let's go back to the delete the quiz function, and we're going to use the filter method to be able to filter the quiz that we selected, and then we are going to update the all quizzes state and um, make sure to add them over here directly to be able to do this. And finally, we are returning this successful message by using the toast object, and we are selecting we are updating the select quiz as null, and also the is dialog open variable as false. So that's basically how we can be able to delete the quiz. And the next feature, and I think that's going to be the last one for the front end, is modifying the quiz. So I need to work on this. When I click on the modify, I need to, when I go to the quiz build page, I need to load the information inside this quiz object, I need to load them up over here inside this page. So I'm going to work on this and I'm going to come back to explain what I did to be able to create that. So now we can be able to modify the quiz successfully. So I'm going to show you how it is working so far. So I'm going to choose this quiz because it has a lot of questions and I'm going to do some modifications. So let's click on modify and we're going to go to the quiz build page. And as you can see over here, we're having all the information of the quiz shown in this page successfully. So we're going to do some modifications. So I'm going to just add something over here and let's change the icon. So let's choose this one and I'm going to add something over here and let's delete this choice, change this one. Let's delete this one and let's change this one and let's delete these two questions. And I'm going to hit save. And as you can see over here, the icon changed, the title changed, and the number of questions also changed. It is indicating that everything went well. So let's test this quiz after clicking on the play icon. And as you can see right now, we're having the added word over here, and also the fourth choice is not here anymore. So if I select this, as you can see, we're having the awesome text because we choose the A as the correct answer, even though that in reality is not a correct answer, just for testing purposes. So let's choose this one and let's choose this one for the last question. And as you can see, everything went well. So I'm going to click on the select another quiz to go to the main page. And because we use the same page, I want to make sure that everything goes well for the creation. So I'm going to fill up all the inputs over here, just like this, and I'm hit save. The quiz has been created successfully, and we have it over here. And let's try to delete it. And as you can see, it has been deleted successfully, meaning that the operations, the creation, the deletion, and the modification are working successfully in the front end at this moment because we're going to go to the back end, we're going to use the MongoDB, and we're going to work on that to make sure that the data is persistent whenever we do these operations. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you how to be able to add the modification feature. And we're going to start from here because this is uh, the parent component. And we're going to start from the quiz questions variable state. And since we can be able to use a function inside the use state, and also because we are using the select quiz, we need to initialize the quiz questions. So if the selected quiz is not null, we are gonna initialize it by the quiz questions property of the selected quiz. Otherwise, we're going to return this new object over here. And we're going to do the same thing for the new object, the new quiz variable state. And if the selected quiz is not null, we're going to use the selected quiz. We're going to return it to the new quiz. Otherwise, we're going to return this new object over here. And also, the reason why we did this at the top, because the quiz questions, it's going to be dependent on the selected quiz. So that's why we did it first at the top. So if we choose this, um, the selected quiz, it's going to be an empty array. Otherwise, it's going to be this quiz questions property from the selected quiz. And we're not going to have any problem when we assign it to the quiz questions over here. And the next thing that we are going to do is we're going to go to the quiz build title because that's the component. So I'm going to access to the quiz build. So I'm going to show you how to be able to do some adjustments over here. So over here, what we were doing, we are assigning the empty string to the quiz title directly. And over here, we're using the turning operator inside the use state. And if the selected quiz is not null, we're going to use the quiz title of the selected quiz. Otherwise, we're going to return an empty string. And also, I found a minor problem that I adjusted over here. And just to show you what I did, so we're going to go to the quiz build questions and go at the bottom to the correct answer functional component. And also I made over here some changes. And what I was doing, I was assigning initially an empty string inside the correct answer input. And the change or the adjustment that I did, so instead of doing so, I'm going to use the single question dot correct answer. I'm going to put it over here so we can be able to initially assign whatever value that we have inside the correct answer. And notice also I added the prefixes area over here because once we are going to do this, and if we put directly the correct answer input, it's going to show us the index 0 or 1 or 2 or 3. So to be able to show the letter, we're going to use this area over here, and we are going to add over here wherever the index, so it can be able to show the corresponding letter inside the prefixes. So that's for the this and this title. So I'm going to show you how to be able uh, to modify the icon, and that took me a little bit of time to be able to fix. And what we're going to do, we're going to go to the context API over here, and then we're going to use this use effect hook. And based on the selected quiz, so if it is not null, we are going to update the selected icon with the icon inside the selected quiz and make sure to add this property over here. Otherwise, we are going to select the default. We're going to add the default question or the default icon object over here and make sure to add the selected quiz as an array dependency to be able to trigger this whenever this changes. So that's basically how we can be able to change and to modify the the quiz. And as you can see, everything is working fine. So two things that we need to add before we can go to the front end is this. It needs to be updated based on the correct answers. And also, if I log out, I need to work on this page just to encourage people to use this little service. So I added the experience feature. So whenever we select the correct answer. So as you can see, we're having the number 5, and so let's show you first. So we're going to start this quiz, and I'm going to select the correct answers. So let's select this one and hit submit. So we're going to go back to the main page, and as you can see, we're having um, 7 experience because we selected the correct answers. So 5 plus 2 is 7. And when I load the page, so this is going to be persistent because we are using the local storage to be able to store this. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how I did this. Very simple. So the first thing that we're going to do inside the context API, we're going to create this user experience variable state. So those lines I'm gonna explain them. And so after adding these, we're going to add them inside here, inside this user X, uh, XP object to be able to use it inside the navbar, but also inside the quiz start question. So let's go to the navbar, and as you know, to be able to use this variable state, we need to add this over here, and then we're going to extract from it the user experience, and then we're going to take this and put it inside here, inside the curly braces, to be able to show it into here. So once this done, we're going to go to the quiz start question. That is uh, that is the component inside the page in the quiz start route. And what we're going to do just here, we're going to just increment the user experience by using the set user XP under the awesome message. So let's go back to the context API, and we're going to be able to change the user object, or to be able to update the experience inside the user object. So we're gonna add this use effect depending on the user experience. So if whenever it changes, we're going to update the user, and we are going to assign the new user experience state to the experience property over here. So once it is done, we're going to save it via this line. So whenever the user variable changes, it's going to be stored inside the local storage. And also, uh, to be able to load the information, we're going to do this. So we are going to get the information from the local storage. So if this variable so if we're having information in this variable, we're going to parse it, and then we're going to extract just the experience property from it. Otherwise, we're going to set it to 0. So when we load the page, so we can have the last experience from the local storage appearing over here. And that's basically how to be able to create this feature. And the final thing that I need to create before we can go to the backend part, um, I created just this simple call to action component inside the home page. So I'm just saying learn 10x faster, and I'm saying in the subtitle unlock your potential with personalized quiz. And we're referring that you can be able to create your own quizzes. Not only you can be able to use quiz, but also you can be able to create quiz and this button. So when we click on get started now, so we are logging to this dashboard, and by using a fake user. And if I click on logout, we're back to the home page again. So let's go back to the VS Code, then go to the quizzes area functional component, and we're gonna do some adjustments over here. And this is gonna be transformed to the turning operator. So we were doing the and logical symbol over here. So add the interrogation symbol, and also add the colon symbol over here, and add the parentheses, and then add this body over here, and that's gonna create for us this simple text and this button. So that's the parent div, and we're having the hidden over here, and to be able to change the faster word, to change its color, we're putting it inside the span tag separately, and that's the subtitle, and that's the button. So what I'm doing, just changing the as logged property of the user to true to be able to log into the dashboard, and the text gets started now. So now I think that the front end is done and everything is working okay. And the next thing that we're going to do finally, we're going to get into the backend, and we're going to set up first our MongoDB account to be able to use it, to use the database. And then we're going to connect the database with the front end, and we are going to do all the adjustments to be able to create the CRUD operations whenever we create or modify or delete the quiz. So here we are in the MongoDB dashboard. So I already created a project and I already have an account in the MongoDB. So the thing that I'm going to do, and to save up some time because this video it is pretty long, and just to be able to save up some time, as I said, I'm not going to go through in the process into creating the project, and you can just go to their website and or go to the Google and type in how to create a project in MongoDB, and the first link that shows up, click on it, and you will be headed towards this page, and you have in details all the steps that you need to be able to create this project. So as I said, I already created one, and I'm going to show you something over here very important. Once you create the database, go to the network access over here, and to be able to access uh, without any limits or any restriction to your database, just add this over here. And once you've done this, we're going to go back to the database, and we are going to connect to the VS Code, or the database to the VS Code. And over here, once you click on this button that we just clicked on it, and if you didn't take the string, because in the process of creating the project or the database, the last thing that you will be shown is this string with the password and the name. But if you didn't do that, this is how you can be able to get it. So just copy this string and hit close. And we're going to go back to the VS Code over here. And the first thing that we're going to do in the root in the root of the project, create this .env file, and create this variable. You can name it wherever you want, and the uh, paste the actual URL from here, and make sure to add the name of the database, and the name of the database is this one. And also to be able to get the password if you didn't. So the first, go to the database access and click edit. And here you can click on the edit the database and get the password. And so I'm not going to do this. And after we got the password, just copy it over here. So once you've done this, we're going to go to the next step, and we are going to connect to the MongoDB. So the first thing that you want to do is to create the folder libs, and inside of it, we're going to be creating this little function just to be able to connect to the MongoDB. But first, make sure to install this dependency npm install mongoose. So I already did this. And so I'm going to walk through this very quickly. So we're going to import Mongoose and make sure to add this as a server component. Otherwise, not going to work. And here we're going to use the try and catch block, and we're going to use the connect method from Mongoose to be able to connect the database. And we're going to use the process.env, that the URL that we just created, just to uh, uh, just to create this kind of a bridge between the database and your code. And if everything goes great, we're gonna return this message. Otherwise, we're gonna return the error message. And the next thing that we're going to do, we are going to create the schema. And basically, the schema is the structure of the data that we want to store inside the database. It's a blueprint that need to be created beforehand inside your MongoDB. And this is the actual schema that we are going to use because so if we go to the quizzes data, so that's the data structure, and it needs to be the same with the schema that we want to create over here. And I'm going to explain this very quickly. So after importing the mongoose and the schema, we're going to create first the questions schema. So it is composed from the ID, the main question, and the choices, the correct answer, the answered result, and the statistics, the same that we're having over here inside this fixed data that we're having inside this file. And also we're using the default property over here inside the answered result and the statistics property. So once we created first the question schema, then we are going to create the quiz schema. So it is composed from the icon and the quiz title, and the quiz question, it's going to be of type this schema that we created over here. And we put those brackets because it is an array, and of course it is required. And finally, we are going to create our model. So first, when we execute the app and there is no schema has been created into the database, uh, this it's going to be executed first to create the quizzes schema or the quiz schema. Uh, if not, this is going to be executed. So, and we're going to export this to be able to use it into our routes. So once we've done this, we're going to create our routes. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create the folder API. And I created the folder and I named it quizzes. And inside of it, I created the route.js. And what I'm going to start with is the post method because we need some data inside our database before we can be able to use them. So that's how we can create the post method. So that's the function. I'm connected to the MongoDB using this function that we just created. And I'm getting the information from the body through the request. And to be able to convert it to the JSON. So we're using that JSON, and we're using the quiz schema that we just created, and we're going to use the create method to be able to create the information that we put in the body. And if everything goes okay, we're going to return this message, and we're going to use the next response object from Next.js. Otherwise, we're going to return this the error message. And to be able to test our endpoints, what I'm doing here, I'm using the sender client first. It's very lightweight, and it's so I don't have to go outside the VS Code if I use Postman or something like this. And this is so we're going to do the same thing that we did over here. So it is the same structure. And this is this is the JSON or the body, and once I hit the send message, I got this message. Once I hit this send button, sorry, I got this message. The quiz has been created successfully. And if I go to the if I go to the MongoDB, so let's access to our database, and we're gonna click on Browse Collections. So it is loading. Then I'm going to click on Quizzes. And as you can see, we're having our first quiz inside the database. And here we're having our questions. And as you can see, it is an array, and the choices also, they are appearing over here. So everything goes as we expected, which means that our connection to the database is great, and we've been able to create our first quiz. So after adding our first quiz into the database, we're going to add another one, and we need to add this one that has 5 questions. And to be able to save up some time, to be able to add it inside the body, what I did, I used ChatGPT for this, and I asked it um, to convert this into a JSON file. So, so that's the response. So I just copied this and go back to the sender client and paste it over here, and make sure to select the post method and hit send. So we're having a success message. And if we go back to the MongoDB and refresh our um, database, we're gonna find it with the other quiz. And here it is. So this is our new quiz over here. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the next thing that I'm going to do, because we need to fetch data, we need to get all the data from the database, and for this we need to use the get method. We need to create one. So I already created one. So as you can see, the name is get. So we're connecting to the MongoDB through this function, and we're going to use just the find method from Mongoose to be able to access to all the data that we're having into the database, and we are going to return the quizzes to the client. So if we go over here and select quiz and hit send, so as you can see, we're having our all the data inside the MongoDB, and we're going to use this inside in the front end. So we're going to use this into the front end, and let's go to the context API, and instead of loading the information, so let's go to the use effect over here, and first we need to create a function to be able to get the information, and then we are going to update the all quizzes from the response that we got, instead of using the quizzes data that we're getting it from here. So once we can be able to get the information from the database by using the get method, right now we can be able in the front end to access to it and use it to be able to show it in the browser. So over here, so I added a little bit of code over here instead of using directly the set all quizzes. So what we're going to do over here, we're going to use the fetch method inside this fetch all quizzes. So we're going to use the endpoint over here, and notice over here, we're doing this to be able to disable the cache uh, a built-in feature from Next.js. And if something goes wrong, we're gonna return this error message to the user by using the toast library, and we're gonna throw an error. So we're gonna get over here the information from the server. And over here, notice that we're adding the .quizzes property because this is returned as an object and it has the quizzes property inside of it, all the information of the quizzes. So we need to use this. And of course, we are going to update all quizzes variable state. Otherwise, we're gonna log out the error over here and make sure to add this to be able to call this whole method. And over here, as you can see, we're having data showing successfully into our browser. And the data that we're having shown over here is from the database, not from the quizzes data that we're having here. And one minor problem that I encountered, of course, that I fixed, as you can see, when we were using it, where we when we were using the information from this, where like the icon was this, and if we log out the information that we're getting from the database, the icon is not is a text, not an object, because we can't store this into the database. Only we can store them as a string. And to be able to solve this problem, so what I did first, I created a new function to be able to convert the text into the actual object of the font awesome icon library. So that's the simple function that I use to be able to convert each text into its appropriate icon object. And of course, I use the ChatGPT to be able to do this because it is very simple to do and to save some time. So once you create this convert this function, of course, you need to export it to be able to use it inside the quiz card because this is where we're rendering each single quiz. And first, make sure to import the convert to FA icons function that we created. And over here at the bottom, so we're going to go to the element where we're using the icon, and over here make sure to add this line or this over here. So instead of using the icon directly, which is the text, we need to use this function that's going to return the appropriate icon object so you can be able to get the icon shown over here. And as you can see right now, it is fixed. And the next CRUD operation that I created is the quiz creation. And I'm going to show you like how things are working. So let's add the new quiz. So over here, we are going to add all this information. So let's add everything like this just to be able to see that everything is working. And I hit save. Notice that we're having this message, the quiz has been created successfully, and we're having it over here. And if we load the page, it's going to remain persistent, and we can be able to show it again because it has been saved into the database. The issue that we're having right now with the icon, as you noticed that the icon was the question icon. Right now it is the globe icon that we choose, so there is a minor adjustment that I need to do. But overall, everything is working right now. And let's test this quiz if it is working fine. Uh, so those are the elements that we added randomly, just to see that everything is working. So as you can see, we're not having any problems. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you all the adjustments that I did to be able to create that. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the route.js, and we need to do a lot of modification, and we need to extract the ID once we create, sorry, yes, we need to go to this place. We need to extract the ID and we need to return it to the client. So that's why we're adding this ID over here, and also make sure to add this as a constant. And because to be able to get the ID, we need to store the information that we created into this variable, and then we're gonna just return the ID to the client. So once we did this, we're gonna go to the quiz build nav, and this is where this save icon is. It is in this component over here. So that's why we went to this place, and this is when we create our new quiz. And the first element that I added over here is the create new quiz function, as you can see, and also over here where we just updated the all quiz state, this is where I added. And I'm gonna go through each thing over here. And the first thing that I'm going to start with is the fetch method. So we're using the post method over here. This is the header, and inside the body, we're not storing the new quiz directly. We're storing this quiz with text icon because as I explained, as I showed you that the icon is saved as a text into the database, so we can't store it as an object if we would do the new quiz over here. Otherwise, we're going to have a validation error from MongoDB. So that's why first we need to convert it, and that's why I created this new function. I called it convert from FA to text. And this is basically what we're doing. We're just converting the object from the text, and then we are going to store it in this text icon, and we are going to update this new quiz like this. So the spread operator for the previous information from the new quiz, and we are going to just update the icon property with this text icon, which is the text of the icon object from the font awesome icon library. And then we're going to start over here, and this, if something goes wrong, we're going to return this error. So we're getting it from the server, this ID. Then we are going to update the ID of the new quiz in the front end. So that's why we got, or we did this adjustment over here. That's why we're returning this ID, because the idea here, we want the ID of this, and I'm going to show you the ID that of the quiz that we created is the same of the ID that we're having. So I'm gonna refresh this because we just created the new quiz of the same ID that we're having over here to not have any mismatch. So that's why we're doing this lot of thing. And finally, we're updating the all quizzes with this new quiz object to be able to re-render our UI, and we are returning this successful message by using the toast library. And this is how we can be able to create a new quiz into the database. And also one thing that you need to make sure to add is this set new quiz inside in the prompt and in the page component to be able to consume it. Make sure to add it over here to be able to update the new quiz state. And the next thing that I added is the ability to save the data once we finish the quiz. And as you can see right now, I created a real quiz about HTML of 3 questions. And over here, so this is the object of our quiz. And as you can see right now for the answers, and if we go to the statistics, we're having everything over here 0, and the same for the other questions. So if we check out the statistics, as you can see, everything is 0. So let's try this quiz that I just created. So what tag is used to define an ordered list in HTML? So we're going to choose this. That's the correct answer. Which attribute is used to specify the URL of the page that the hyperlink goes to? The source? No, the href. And the final question, what tag is used to create a line break in HTML? Is this one. So as you can see right now, we're having all the answers correct. And let's go back to the main page. And as you can see, the success rate is 100%. And if we refresh the page over here, so we are going to find the statistics saved in our object. So as you can see, the total attempt is 1 and the correct attempt is 1. And the same for the other questions as well, which indicates that everything is going well. And also another thing that I adjusted is when I showed you when we create the quiz, we're having a problem with the icon right now. It is totally fixed. I'm going to show you that again. So let's add something very randomly over here. And if we change the icon and we save, so we're going to have the icon right over here. So the first thing inside the Visual Studio Code, go to the route.js, and since we are going to modify an existing object into the database, eventually we're going to use the put method. And create this function with the put over here. And the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to get uh, the ID from the HTTP from the endpoint, sorry. And this is how to be able to do this. And just to show you, like over here, that's how we can be able to extract the ID from from the endpoint. So we're using this query ID, then we're gonna add the ID that we want to change existing into the database. So, and also we're going to use the font by ID function to be able to extract or to get the actual quiz into the database. And then, since we're going to just change the quiz question property, we're not going to update the whole quiz. Um, we are going to get from the client the updated quiz question. Then we're going to assign it over here by just using the quiz questions property. And then we're going to save this into the database. So once you created this, we're going to go to the quiz start question inside the quiz start page folder. And then we're going to create this saved data into the database that is going to be used. It's going to be used over here once we end the quiz. So that's the use effect responsible for uh, that is triggered when the is quiz is true, meaning that it ends. So let's go back up to explain how to be able to create this function. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to get the ID, and because when we click on the quiz, this is what is being assigned. So that's going to be the quiz selected. So we're going to extract the ID like this. and then we're going to use the fetch method. And over here, as I showed you in the standard client, so to be able to, so we're going to use the same HTTP, the same endpoint, sorry, and we are going to put in the ID that we got from here. And those are just basic information to be able to use the method as a put and the content type as a JSON. And then we are going to get the quiz uh, and take it or send it to the server. And this is how to be able to get this quiz question area over here. And we are just returning error information by using the toast library. And over here, we're going to just log out the error. And also one element that you need to be uh, cautious of is over here. I was having a problem, and the reason why because um, how I was how I was getting the information, um, the index of quiz selected, because I found that it was always zero, and the reason why because we changed this to the underscore. So the properties that we're having, like the ID was just ID, but once we start working with the database and we want to make sure that the properties in the front end are the same into the MongoDB, we changed the ID to the underscore ID, and that's why I was getting the wrong information. So make sure to add this to change this to the underscore ID and the same for over here to be able to get the correct index. And once you've done this, um, we're gonna go to, so this is what's happening to save the data or the quiz questions into the database. And the next thing that I'm going to show you is how to be able to fix this icon problem. And also, I was having a problem when I wanted to save. And the reason why I found when I was debugging this, I found that when I save or I create a new quiz, the ID wasn't saved. And so make sure to go to the quiz build nav over here inside this folder. And what I was doing, I was saving the new quiz over here. But the correct thing that I needed to use the updated quiz, then save it over here. And also make sure to add the icon, this over here, to be able to change the icon once we create, or the icon appears once we create the quiz. So that's basically how to be able um, to create all of that. And as you can see right now, I think that everything is working. So the next two elements that I need to create to complete this project is to delete and also to modify the quiz if we want to. And right now can be able to delete the quiz. So if we select the delete and hit yes, as you can see, the quiz has been deleted successfully. And if we go to the uh, database and let's see that if it has been deleted successfully, and as you can see, the element that we deleted is not here. So let's go back to the VS Code, and so the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna inside the route.js, we need to create the delete HTTP request, and the same thing that we did for the put, we need to get the ID from the endpoint by using the query. And of course, we're going to use this ID to be able to use this function from Mongoose to delete the ID from the database. And in the front end, go to the drop-down functional component And over here, I'm going to add this code. I'm going to add this code into this function directly. So the first thing that you must do, make sure to add the async key over here, and also make sure to change the ID at the underscore over here because we changed the, as I said, the ID property to the underscore ID. And over here, we're going to use this fetch method, and the method is going to be delete. And as we did for the for saving the information, the statistics, we're going to do the same over here. And we are going to put in the ID of the selected quiz. And if something goes wrong, we're going to return this message. Otherwise, we're going to return this message. So this is how we can be able to delete the quiz from the client. And also, it's going to make the change in the front end once the quiz has been deleted successfully. And finally, we can be able to update or modify the quiz. So let's click on modify. And as you can see, we're having all the information over here. So we are going to start making some changes. So let's delete this word. And I'm going to choose another icon over here. Let's choose this one. And let's adjust the choices and adjust some of the things into the questions. And I'm going to delete this one. And let's change the correct answer. And let's delete this one. And once I did this, and of course, I'm going to add another question over here. So let's type this just for the sake of testing. And let's hit save. And as you can see, we're having this message, and I didn't added the ability to go back to the main page because probably the user wants to just to save the information, and if something happens, the user doesn't lose all the information. So that's why I did so. So we need to go back manually to the main page, and as you can see right now, we're having 4 questions, and the icon changed. And let's play this quiz just to make sure that everything changed as we wanted. So I clicked on play. So let's choose this one. So it's the correct answer because I changed the correct answer. And we're gonna have the new question over here. And as you can see, so everything worked well, and also the success rate changed. So it means that the information that we updated and modified is working well into the database as well in the front end. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you how to do this. And we're going to start inside the route.js, and we're going to do some modification inside the put method as well. And what I did over here, I'm going to add this update quiz. We are going to update the whole quiz, and we need to get it from the client. And over here, because we're using the same put method for updating the quiz and the quiz questions and the quiz. So if we're using this, we're going to update the quiz that we got from the MongoDB, and we're going to just update each property. Um, and if we're having the update quiz question, which we used to be able to update the quiz question after ending the the quiz, we're gonna go to this. So after doing this, go to the quiz build navbar, and because this is where we can be able to click on the save button. And over here, we're going to do some modifications. And what we were doing, we were updating our quiz inside the set all quizzes. But the reason why I did this, because we need to use the try and catch block, and we need to use the fetch method, and we can't do it inside the set all quizzes. So that's why I did this modification, but I'm gonna walk you through each thing that I did over here. So the first thing that you must do, make sure to change the ID with the underscore ID, and we're gonna get the find index quiz. That's something that we already had, and we are going to extract the ID from this, and make sure to add as well over here the underscore and the ID. And over here, we are going to convert the icon to the text to be able to store it into the database. So we can store it as a icon object. It needs to be as text. So we're using again this method. And then we are going to update the icon property with this. And over here, we're going to use the fetch method with the put method to be able to update our quiz. And over here, we're using the update quiz property that we are using over here. And let's go back to this component. And so that's quiz that we are going to update. So if everything goes great, we are going to return this message. Otherwise, we're going to throw a new error, and we are going to update the quiz. And over here, I didn't use the router that push as I said. We want to be able to save. Uh, when we click on the save, uh, we want we don't want to go to the main page because we are building a quiz and we want to make sure that everything is stored if something bad happens. And one final thing that problem that I found, and of course that I fixed, is when I was loading this page to modify, this wasn't showing. And the reason why, because we were using the text icon right over here and it wasn't working. And the fix that I found and that I did is I'm using the use effect hook and I'm using the type of to make sure to note that if the selected icon icon is string, so if it is string, we are going to convert it to icon by doing this. And we are updating the selected icon just to make sure that we're having the icon object over here. And that's basically how we can be able to modify the quiz. And as you notice that everything is working well, so we can be able to create, modify, and delete the quizzes, and also we can be able to save the statistics of the quiz inside the database. So the last thing that I need to work on is this. We need to be able to update this inside and store it inside database. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just using the local storage, but I found some problems using it inside Next.js because it doesn't use Next.js doesn't use the window object and local storage use it. So um, I found that the best way, and I think is as the best practice, is to use it inside the database and update it from there. So now we can be able to store our user object into the database. And so we're having for experience because I run some quizzes just to be able to test that out. So I'm going to run this quiz again just to show you how things are working. So let's choose this one. And each time we're having a correct answer. the experience is incremented by 1. And when we go to our main page, so this number changed to 6 because we had two correct answers. And if I refresh the page, so the information remain, and as you can see, we're still logging because the information we pull out from the database. And if I log out and I refresh the page, so it's going to remain uh, that way. And if I log in, so we can be able to find our information. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'm going to show you that I did what I did. So the first thing that I did, I created a new API route for the user. But before I created a new schema, because we're gonna store this object into the database, we need to create the schema. The same thing that we did for the quiz, we're gonna do the same for the user. And that's the schema. We're having the name, the is logged property, and the experience. And the first thing that we are going to do, we're going to create our model. Otherwise, if this model exists, we're going to use this line. And we're exporting it to be able to use it into our API routes. And after that, make sure to create the user folder under the API folder, and next the route.js. So first, we're going to create the post method to be able to create the the user, because in this project I didn't create a way where a user can, create their account. Uh, that would make the project a lot longer. And I want to stick with the essentials to be able to create this quiz. But if you want to learn this, I have a video. I'm using next auth in this video to be able to create the notification, but also to be able to create the design of the form. And I'm going to put it in the link down in the description. Anyway, so let's go back to our VS Code, and over here in the post method, when we are loading the page, the user is going to be created automatically. So that's what I'm doing over here. So inside the try and catch block, what we're doing here, we're using the number of documents that we're having into the database, and we want to know if it is already a user or a document, meaning that the user exists. So we're going to go to this part, and then we're going to extract the user that exists in. Otherwise, we're going to create the user by going to this part directly. And just to show you that into the context API, so because this is where the information are first loaded, and we are going to create over here. So over here, we're going to create another use effect where we're going to be able to create our new user. And as you can see over here, we're using the post method, and we are creating this new object over here. And because in the route, we are returning a message and the user, both if the user exists or it is newly created. So this is what we are doing over here. So if the user data.message equals this message, we're going to get the user that has been created. Otherwise, we are going to create the user, and then we're going to set it and update the user variable state. And make sure to add this line to be able to call this whole method. So once you did this, we're gonna go to the Navbar, and we're gonna go to the login button when we click on the login. So go to the change the login state over here, And what I'm doing over here, I'm just changing the is logged property into the database. So we're going to do the same thing over here. We are going to create a copy of the user. Then we are going to change the is logged property with its opposite. And then we're going to use the fetch method with the put method to be able to update that into the database. But first, that's something that I didn't mention is the put method. Make sure to create the put method in the route .js to be able to create this. So we are going to find the actual user over here, and then we are going to get the data from the client, and we are going to uh, first we are going to update the is logged. So and this is going to be for the experience. I'm going to talk about it a little bit later, but for now, we are going to change the is logged by the information that we got from the client. And then we are going to save the user update into the database. So let's go back to the navbar component. And over here, we are going to update the user variable state in our front end. So once we've done this, we're gonna work with the experience, the number of the experience that we're having into the navbar, and to be able to do this, we're gonna go to the quiz start questions inside this folder, and over here we are going to create this function over here, and basically, and also at the top because we didn't use or call the user object over here from the context API. So make sure to add this and make sure to add this one. And as you can see, we're not using the XP variable state, so there is no need to use it. So once you've done this, so let's go back to the new function that we created. So we are going to just increment the experience by one, and then we are going to use the same put method. So that's why, so let's go back to the route. So that's why we added the dot experience over here, because we're going to use the same put method to be able to change and update the experience property. So we are going to first find the user by ID that we created, and then we are going to add the updated user over here. So that's how we can be able to update the experience, and make sure to add this function over here into this place. So once we got so once we selected the answer, and we are going to go to the next question. So this is where you need to put the actual function. And that's pretty much it for this. So let's go back to the page. Sorry for that. So that's pretty much it for the our project. So even if it looks simple, but uh, behind the scene and creating it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. It took me quite 1 week and a half to be able to complete this project, but I'm very, very proud that I created this, and also it can add some value to in your life or others, and also it can be a baseline to be able to create a complete SaaS in the future. So thank you for watching this video, and thank you for taking the time to watch it, and I I hope that you got some value from this, and I hope that you learned a lot of things from this video. And that project helped me to learn a lot of things and to tackle a lot of challenges that I had in my mind. But right now, I've been able to create it, and that's what matters.